We remember those men who died in shores of the English Channel when the SS Mandy sank. We also remember the members of the Navy and officials of the Department of Public Works who died in the naval base in Durban when they were doing some of the maintenance work. And also those who got hurt yesterday when the trains in Pretoria actually collided. Thank you very much. Can we be seated? Order, honorable members. I'm informed that per consultation amongst the party whips, some of the reports will be taken together. I will now ask the Secretary to read orders 1 and 2.
Consideration of request for approval of Constitution and Convention of the African Telecommunications Union ATU in terms of Section 2312 of Constitution, and consideration of request for approval of final acts of the Plenipotentiary Conference of the International Telecommunications Union ITU 2010 in terms of Section 2321 of Constitution.
Thank you very much. I will now ask Honorable Tedzi to come and introduce the conventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll speak on the ratification of the African Telecommunications Union Convention of 1999 and the Plenipotentiary Conference of 2010. South Africa values its membership in the African Telecommunications Union in line with our foreign policy objectives for strengthening regional institutions and promoting developmental agenda. ATU remains the only fully intergovernmental body responsible for satellite, terrestrial and submarine broadband, spectrum and orbital slot, program and coordination in Africa, African ownership of critical resources. Remains a central focus of ANC, and we need such a forum as ATU for Africa to collectively fight for its own economic resources in order for Africa to self-provide. Just in the recent World Radio Communications Conference, Africa was successful fighting for more spectrum allocation for developmental programs such as rural access through satellite communications. We know of the challenges facing rural areas regarding ICT development. There is a range of issues impacting negatively on connectivity. Also maintaining spectrum for broadcasting in order for us to reach our citizens and allow for emerging black-owned broadcasters. That is the radical transformation that talks directly to the cost to communicate. It hampers the growth of ICT SMEs and communities, especially poor communities whose welfare or well-being is dependent on the government. The work of the International Telecommunications Union is critical to both the developmental and economic agendas of the country. The ITU aligns closely with Chapter 4 of the National Development Plan, as it is strongly focused on the development of economic infrastructure. In the ICT sector, to name a few, universal broadband rollout, spectrum allocation for services inclusive of broadband, broadcasting, satellite aircraft, maritime and ocean economy programs, environmental public protection and disaster relief, emergency security, as well as other future programs to support economic transformation, including Internet to usher the Industrial Revolution and Internet of Things. South Africa remains a member of the ITU in line with foreign policy objectives of the country of strengthening the rules-based multilateral system, as well as promoting the developmental agenda in favor of Millennium Development Goals, as well as Sustainable Development Goals. ITC is seen as catalyst towards achieving the 17 SDGs as well as addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. Just to mention some of the issues dealt with by the ITU and resolutions adopted supporting the developmental agenda. That is Resolution 7 on child online protection, Resolution 11 on ICT application for e-health, Resolution 6/5 facilitating digital inclusion initiatives for indigenous people, Resolution 70 on gender mainstreaming and promotion of gender equality through ICTs. ICT environment is historically in the men's world, hence the mainstreaming. For South Africa, some of the significant achievements and resolutions adopted include the adoption of the review of international telecommunications resolutions. The ITU agreed to convene the 2012 World Conference on International Telecommunications in order to revisit the ITRs. This is significant for the developing countries, as ITRs resolved to have transparency on wholesale tariff charges to mitigate the cost of communications. The ITRs continue to be a hostile issue as the private sector interests its own commercial profit. For us, the ratification will assist in regulating the wholesale cost towards affordable communication prices for poor communities. The Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications and Postal Services, having considered the final act,
Your time is up.
we request the House to consider the pause. Thank you.
Can I ask the timers to actually sort out the time? Declarations have been asked. I will now recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Deputy House Chairperson, honourable colleagues, the agreements this House is being asked to approve today set the stage for South Africa to next year seek electoral office on both continental and international telecommunications forums. It seeks continental leadership in things ICT throughout Africa through the African Telecommunications Union, which is a specialized agency of the African Union, and the International Telecommunications Union. Through these potential leadership roles, the South African government will be decisive on issues such as spectrum allocation, satellite deployment, human resource and business development, internet and broadcasting content development, child online protection, cybersecurity, and internet governance. Our government's strategy comes at a time when African governments' communications activities are making the media headlines for all the wrong reasons. Instead of seeing ICT as an economic and social liberator of African citizens, use of the internet is increasingly being seen by some governments as a threat to their longevity. These governments pressure private sector internet operators to shut down the internet or lose their operating licenses. This is the new tool of Africa's oppressors. The internet shutdown in Cameroon, now in its 36th day, has cost the businesses in the country, many of them small, about 18 million rand. The Speaker of Cameroon's National Assembly refers to social media as a new form of terrorism. Human rights activists have taken their protest about Cameroon globally, and specifically to the African Union. AU's Declaration of Internet Governance, tabled in Mali last September, reaffirms that one of its principles is ensuring that the management and administration of the internet is inclusive, transparent, and accessible to all. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Opinion has asked governments not to bully private sector companies to take unnecessary steps that disproportionately interfere with the freedom of expression, whether through laws, policies, or extra-legal means. Research by Paradigm Initiative Nigeria, published last December, listed 30 out of 54 African countries that violated digital rights last year. At least 11 of these shut down the internet. Last June, the United Nations Rights Council declared access to the internet as a human right. It stated that people have the same rights and freedoms online as they have offline. South Africa voted against that, along with the world's energetic cyber bullies such as Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and India, because our government deems that the right of freedom of opinion and expression is not absolute. Governments seeking to control internet access rationalize their actions by hiding behind legitimate concerns. These include deterring cyber fraud, child pornography, hate speech, and terrorism. The reality in many African countries is the throttling of legitimate expression and citizen activism in the name of protecting national security or the public good. But Africa's citizens are fighting back against suppression of their rights. Following internet shutdowns in Uganda, the top 12 apps downloaded were for virtual private networks. In Zimbabwe, internet shutdowns galvanized further civic protest. Paradigm Initiative Nigeria observed that the incident of internet shutdowns and violations against Africa suggests that government got away with encroaching on rights only to the extent that citizens allowed them to. South African Democrats must demand that our government protects these rights throughout Africa should it win positions of power in these bodies. Our legislative program this coming year promises many new laws that will control internet and broadcasting content, inhibit internet access, and increase user surveillance in an increasingly restrictive political environment. It is the duty of all legislators, that's ourselves, and civic activists to up our vigilance to ensure our government does not join the internet oppressors through legislative or extra-legal means. South Africa must use its prospective elective positions on the ATU and ITU to promote citizen-centric freedom of access to the internet for the public good. I call on the South African government to use its positions in these international forums to take the lead in promoting and safeguarding citizens' internet freedoms in Africa.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Economic Freedom Fighters agreed to the request for approval of the Constitution and Convention of the African Telecommunications Union. R2 is crucial to the development of our continent's ability to communicate and network internally, through its ability to provide a forum for stakeholders involved in ICT to formulate effective policies and strategies aimed at improving access to information infrastructure and service. In an era of accelerated technological change, Africa's technological dependency and underdevelopment utterly impairs its ability to compete in the global economy. To remedy this situation, the African Telecommunications Union has articulated its mission to effectively promote the rapid development of information communications technologies in Africa in order to achieve universal access and full inter-country connectivity. The welfare of the people of Africa and the development of an integrated regional economy requires the empowerment of regional organizations to achieve concerted and higher levels of coordinated regional institutions and actions. In the process of promoting intra-regional trade and supporting industrial development and growth, the upgrading and development of the telecommunications sector must remain a priority in Africa as to redress its marginalization in an increasingly integrated global economy. The final acts of the Plenipotentiary Conference of the International Telecommunications Union does the same. This act encourages member states of the International Communications Union to cooperate with African countries in promoting regional, sub-regional, multilateral and bilateral projects and programs for the implementation of the Smart Africa Manifesto. The Smart Africa Manifesto seeks broaden access to ICT across the African continent and to use this catalyze self-perpetuating development in the continent without having to rely on Western countries for the continent's technological needs. As a progressive movement deeply concerned with the advancement of the continent and for the strengthening of Pan-African trade, the EFF supports the approval of both Constitution of the ATU and final acts of the ITU. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member of the NFP.
Honourable Chairperson, we cannot deny the information technology and communication will increasingly underpin socio-economic development in South Africa. To remain competitive, we will need to develop a dynamic information society with a learning culture and strong infrastructure. In short, South Africa will be required to participate fully in the global ITC interaction, to share our knowledge with others and benefit from the expertise of global resources. Approval of ratification of the two international instruments addressed in the report of the Portfolio Committee on Telecommunications and Postal Services tabled here today are of great importance if our country is to achieve its ITC goals. We will need to harmonize our ITC development with emerging regional, continental, intercontinental, and international norms and standards to ensure that our country participates meaningfully, and ratification of these instruments are of great importance if we are to achieve our goals. However, Chairperson, ratification of international instruments does not address the ITC obstacles we face in South Africa. If we are to embrace and expand our ITC footprint, we also have to find ways to make ITC accessible to all our people. For example, a recent study comparing mobile data within the BRIC countries as well as Kenya and Australia shows that South Africa data is the second most expensive when measured against the cost of living index, and on average, more than 134% more expensive than the cheapest prices in the group. We have to ask how it is possible that data costs in South Africa is noticeably higher than in Tanzania, Egypt, Rwanda, Uganda, and Nigeria, to mention just a few. As the leading country in SADC region, one would imagine that our data price ought to be much lower than in our neighboring countries, but this is not the case. The National Freedom Party believes that we will not see a significant decline in the cost of data in South Africa anytime soon, whilst data operators focus on return on investment. Our government does not have a national policy aimed at lowering the cost of communication, but the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services is failing to implement the Vision 2030. Until such time as government is prepared to be proactive in its intervention to lower the cost of data, our people will continue to pay an extraordinarily high price for data, and our people will continue to be excluded from full and equal participation in the fourth industrial revolution. To conclude with, the National Freedom Party supports the telecommunication contained in the report tabled here today. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member of the NFP. Are there any other parties that wish to make their declarations? There being no other party, I now put the question. Are there any objections for the approval of Orders 1 and 2 as it appears on the order paper? No objections agreed to. Honourable members, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly due to the resignation of Dr. H. Chawane and Mr. N. P. Koza have been filled by the nominations of Dr. S. Tembekwayo with effect from 4 January 2017 and Ms. L. S. Tlaule with effect from 1st February 2017 respectively. The members have taken the oath and affirmation in the Deputy Speaker's office. I would like to welcome you, honourable members. If I may ask the two honourable members just to stand, members are asking happy. Thank you, honourable members. Welcome, sir. Honourable members, don't ask people who have not been sworn in. You will advise when they are. I will now order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. We just welcome the members that have been sworn in. I will now ask the Secretary to read the third and fourth orders together.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on 2015-16 annual report of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, and consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority 2014-15 Annual Report and Budget.
I now recognize the Honorable the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable House, I move that the reports be adopted by this House.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. There are requests for declarations, and I'll now recognize the Honorable Member of the ANC.
Honourable House Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to introduce the two reports on PSIRA that was adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Police and tabled in the ATC on 6 December 2016. The Private Security Industry Regulatory Council was established in terms of Section 2 of the PSIRA Act. Its mandate is to regulate the private security industry and to exercise effective control of security service providers in the public and national interest and the interest of the security industry itself. The annual report of the authority forms the main service delivery instrument for the entity, and how funds were utilized to ensure the achievement of these targets as outlined in its annual performance plan. There were a total of 8,692 registered businesses in PSIRA's database during the 2015-16 financial year, compared to 8,195 registered businesses in the previous financial year. It's important to note that the authority does not receive a budget from the National Treasury. It generates its own revenue through different sources, including registration and annual fees and courses. During the year under review, revenue increased by 81 million rand from 134 million in the 2014-15 financial year to 216 million in the 15-16 financial year. The year-to-year surplus was 31 million, which has contributed to the turnaround in the negative solvency situation that was present at March 2015. In both years, PSIRA received an unqualified audit opinion, although several compliance matters were raised by the Auditor General, namely going concern issues, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and material impairments. Non-compliance with legislation and sections of the PFMA was also raised by the Auditor General. In the 2014-2015 report, the committee proposed a set of remedial actions to address the concerns of the AG. The vetting of senior staff was also highlighted, a staff retention strategy, and implementation of programs to improve stakeholder relationships. The committee has also engaged with the Auditor General of South Africa on the audit outcomes on 11 October 2016. Additionally, the committee met with the Audit Committee of PSIRA on 16 November 2016 as part of a combined assurance approach to ensure that audit findings made by the AGSA are addressed and not repeated. In terms of recommendations, House Chairperson, made by the committee, our view was that the authority should increase the focus on aspects of human rights during the training of security guards and provide an action plan to address this important matter. Further engagements with the private security industry, institutions of higher learning, and SAPs to clearly define the role and responsibilities of security guards during public protest are needed. We also recommended that PSIRA should implement adequate consequence management practices and conclude disciplinary steps against non-compliant officials speedily. The committee also recommended that the authority should continue and expand its drive to extend greater economic opportunities to previously disadvantaged communities and smaller businesses to enter the private security industry. Compliance inspections should also be intensified to ensure that security guards are not exploited and adherence to the basic conditions of employment is assured. Concerns were also raised about the uniforms, logos, badges, insignia, and vehicles that closely resembles that of SAPS and the SANDF. The authority should also provide a report to the committee on the steps that will be taken to address these challenges. One of the matters raised by members of the public is where do they go when they have complaints about the conduct of security guards. The committee recommended that PSIRA should develop steps to improve the authority's complaints mechanism to facilitate service delivery complaints against the private security industry. We also welcome the launch of Operation Clean Audit to ensure that PSIRA receives a clean audit in the 2016-17 financial year. House Chairperson, a new board was recently appointed by the Executive Authority. The board is tasked with the governance of PSIRA. The committee expects from the new board to strengthen corporate governance, oversee the implementation of the AG and the PC on police's recommendations, and ensure adequate consequence management practices and conclude disciplinary steps against non-compliant officials speedily. In closing, House Chairperson, the committee believes that there is a positive improvement in both service delivery and financial performance of PSIRA. The authority should continue to make progress in the areas that need improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the DA.
Ngiyabonga Salo. Over the past 2 financial years, PSIRA has made progress in some key areas that were of ongoing concern. But a persistent problem that continues to this day, as highlighted in the recommendations of the committee, is the weak internal systems and capacity for compliance assurance, which has led to the authority being found wanting by the Auditor General on repeated occasions. In other aspects, the challenges faced by PSIRA stem from being let down by other stakeholders in the public sector. The most notable issue reflected in the reports is the chronic matter of the Arcadia building, which must be finalized and has been dragging for years. In this respect, the Department of Public Works has failed to come on board in order to bring closure to the matter. And the appeal goes out to Minister Nlesi to bring his department into line so that the PSIRA can perform as it needs to. In another respect, the Department of Labour is also hobbling the work of PSIRA because the Labour Inspectorate is understaffed and under-resourced. And therefore, while PSIRA has been working to build their own capacity for inspectors and investigators, they are often unable to get the level of cooperation they require from the Labour Department to conduct inspections and ensure human rights compliance, as mentioned now by the chairperson. And the biggest irony of this is when the ANC sees fit to make allegations about human rights abuses on farms in the Western Cape, when in fact it is the capacity of the Department of Labour at national level that is the key mechanism and instrument for ensuring compliance in this regard. Yenzani umsebenzi wenu. Chairperson, the other issue that has been raised in the reports is concerning the increasing role and involvement of private security in policing protests at university campuses, given the ongoing and deepening crisis of higher education funding. This area has been of deep concern to the committee because it is very clear constitutionally that the legitimate exercise of coercive force can only be done by the state. We cannot have a situation where the use of coercive force has to seep into being used by private players who not fall under the same oversight and the same supervision as this Parliament can do for state organs and state bodies. The matter of the PSIRA Amendment Bill is also still lingering. This bill has been sitting on the President's desk for more than 2 years now, and it must be brought to a conclusion. The one object of the authority is to promote stability of the private security industry, but the expropriation clause of this bill directly undermines this goal. The bill must be sent back to Parliament and the Portfolio Committee on Police in order to be rectified. The final matter to mention is that of leadership at ministerial level. When it comes to the PSIRA, performance in this regard has been, to put mildly, less than optimal. The latest example has been that of Mr. Ntleko taking far too long to approve the appointment of new members of the PSIRA Council, despite repeated attempts by the outgoing council to follow up and ensure compliance. Deadlines were missed, and the committee has had to condone late appointments of the new council members. But I suppose when one's concern is primarily the politicization of their portfolio as opposed to its professionalization, that can be quite time-consuming and leads one to not being able to do their job properly. Chairperson, the DA supports these reports.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Just to indicate, Honourable Nesi, that the member was referring to the accommodation issue and the role of public works vis-à-vis the accommodation of PSIRA. So that's what he was saying, maybe might speed up. Njoman, I initially thought you were now the leader of the DA, but I realized that you were mistaken. The seats are too close. Over to you, Njoman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The economic freedom fighters knows with serious concern the report of the Portfolio Committee on police on the 2015 and 2016 annual report of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, as well as the 2014-2015 annual report and budget. The primary objective of the Primary Security Industry Regulatory Authority is to regulate the private security industry and exercise effective control over the practice and of the occupation, not mainly quality. The responsibility of setting quality standard is left up to organizations such as South African Intruder Detection Services Association, which is PSIRA, and these are still voluntary with no obligation by companies to comply with minimum standards. This leaves massive room for corruption and collusion by these private security companies with criminal elements. Annual report after another, the regulatory authority has been unable to plug these gaps and ensure that the private security industry does not become a means through which criminals can operate under the guise of being private securities. In the report presented here today, the authority was requested to provide information on cases of complaints lodged by the public against security guards. For example, in the area of Cliplands in KZN, where many people have been gunned down, alleged with strong allegation of involvement of private security firm people being involved in those serious murder cases. The regulator is also unable to deal decisively with the ongoing trend of companies violating the basic human rights of security guards, as well as their basic conditions of employment in terms of minimum wages. Security guards remain some of the most abused, overworked, and underpaid workers in South Africa. The government has showed neither willingness nor capacity to liberate poor black security guards from tentacles of, at times, racist exploitation by owners of these security companies. We therefore call on PSIRA to develop some backbone and deal with the many abuses perpetrated by private security industry. But at the same time, we are calling as EFF on PSIRA to actually ensure that the minimum standards of equity are applicable in this particular sector, because local business people find it very difficult to penetrate this industry. It is only open to foreign nationals. And this creates a serious security threat to the sovereignty of the country as a whole. It is on the basis of this, as the EFF, we say the report must be rejected up until it complies with these minimum standards that EFF says need to be observed by PSIRA. Thank you very much, Person.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, honourable members of this House, and our esteemed guests in the gallery. The National Freedom Party welcomes the report of the Portfolio Committee of Police tabled here today. The National Freedom Party further welcomes the unqualified audit opinion by the Auditor General, however expresses its concern, amongst others, the very high vacancy rate at PSIRA. A matter for further concern in this regard is the number of employees that leave the industry and their replacement thereof, which puts the industry at great risk. Another matter of concern is the inadequate training for security officers, especially those at different universities in the country, and the manner in which the fees must fall protest was handled. In this regard, the National Freedom Party calls for PSIRA to pay great attention to this to prevent any loss of life or injury. The National Freedom Party further expresses its concern with the non-compliance with legislation, as alluded to by the Auditor General. The vetting of senior management is also a matter for concern and calls on PSIRA to treat this matter very seriously. Of grave concern to the National Freedom Party is the issue of liquidity of PSIRA, wherein the expenditure far exceeds the revenue, and more importantly, expenditure appears to be growing at a faster rate than income generated. National Freedom Party notes with concern the Auditor General's report that the regulatory body is technically insolvent in that its total liabilities exceed its total assets by 85 million rand, including a loss of approximately 17 million rand in last financial year. What is required is, as a matter of urgency, is a turnaround strategy to curtail expenditure and ensure the viability and self-sustenance of the regulatory body. The National Freedom Party supports the report tabled here today with the concerns expressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the ANC.
Madam Chairperson, PSIRA, or rather the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, is one of the most important regulatory bodies in South Africa, as it looks after a sector that deals with organizations and companies that as members or employees that handle security and weapons. What is to be noted is that the total number of members in this sector are more than the total number of security forces that we have in this country, e.g. the police and the defense force combined. This is not only a serious factor in this industry. Another factor is that we have foreigners owning most of these companies. It is not only ownership that is of concern, but that some of these companies employ foreigners too. All this clearly tells us that great care needs to be afforded to this area, as it has a potential to be a danger if not properly regulated. We are, however, satisfied with the management of the authority as of now. The fact that the authority is a member of the security cluster, working very closely with SSA as part of the counterintelligence section of SSA, somehow mitigating the positive. PSIRA collects its own revenue through collection of registration fees, levies, etc. Unlike some of the agencies and institutions, it tends not to be a burden to state coffers and doesn't need any bailout from time to time. An issue, however, that needs to be looked into is the recent protest in educational institutions. The security officers in these institutions are not trained for crowd control, e.g. they are not trained to use force. Therefore, we need to be a close cooperation between the police and the authority. There's been a request from the security industry and companies to have a capacity for data collection in these institutions. The question is, would that be advisable if some of the companies are foreign-owned and employ foreigners? Data collection is some sort of intelligence gathering. Should foreign-owned companies or organizations be allowed to do that in this country? Madam Chairperson, if property is destroyed, there can be no justification for that. But if property is destroyed in a military style plan, then that is not called the rioting of students, but that is clear sabotage. It is planned and executed during the night, military style. We then need to start asking ourselves, who are these people? Who is sponsoring them? And to what objective? What organization they belong to? Which organizations are happy when this happens? Which organizations want the ANC government discredited and destroyed? Why is it that the opposition in South Africa always talk about the destruction of the ANC? Is it not funny that in countries where they're being handled from, their sponsors are not destroying each other? They are not unruly in their parliament. They don't sabotage their own governments. They don't destroy their own parliament. Is it maybe because they take the opposition in this country as they are necessary fools who can't think for their country and its people? Stooges who can't think for themselves. Fools who are allergic to patriotism. Fools who use obscenities in the highest house in the land and do it in front of the constitutional court.
Order. Honorable Micah, can you take a seat?
Thank you very
What's
much,
the point
House.
of order, Honorable Member?
I just want to check with yourselves. Is parliamentary to call some people here fools?
Order, Honorable Member. I would get the advice from the table and then advise you.
But
correct.
this is not supposed to be mathematics. it's
Order,
just a question.
Honorable Member. Can you please take a seat? Honorable Member can proceed.
If I was to help, no member of this house has been called a fool. African culture hates with passion children about talent. And our people are looking, analyzing and taking stock of this foreign and African behavior.
Honorable Micah. Order. If I may just ask a question for clarity. The reference you were making, were you referring to members or you were referring to who?
Honorable Chairperson, I never referred to any individual in here as a fool.
Thank you. Can you take a seat? Honorable Member, what is your point of order?
No, there were two issues.
Honorable Member can take a seat. Honorable members, can we please allow the chair to chair? I'm just asking you to give your point of order.
Okay.
Yes.
Two issues, President. You said you're going to refer to the table, but secondly, this guy must not be
Honorable
a coward.
member.
He's an opposition member.
Order.
So we're not scared of him. He is a fool.
Honorable member. Honorable members, in terms of our own rules, order. Your member raised a question. Order. Order. And correctly so, I checked with the table, and that's why I had to ask a member whether he was referring to any member in the House. And she said no. Can I just clarify? Honorable member, in the course of the debate, when you don't refer specifically to an opposition, like you would sometimes refer to a party or government, does not necessarily refer to an individual. Honorable member, can we proceed? I have made a ruling.
African culture hates with passion children about talent.
Order. Chair.
And our people
House
are
to decide
looking,
your right.
analyzing and taking stock
Order.
of this
Honorable
foreign
Mike.
and African
Honorable
behavior
Mike.
to the detriment
Order.
of the blind fools.
Order. Honorable member, can you please take your seat? What's the point of order, honorable member?
Chair, with your respect, in raising a follow-up point of order, the EFF member absolutely landed with the words that Honorable Mage is a fool. We may not take that in the House. We ask him to withdraw. It was very direct reference to him.
Order,
Thank you.
honorable members. I will reflect on that and come back and can you please round up your speech, honorable member?
It must be very painful to be a fool and blind to reality at the same time. It doesn't only pain the fool himself or herself, but the whole nation. Not only the nation, but the continent. And not only the continent, but the whole humanity who at some stage fought for liberation. We can talk about Che Guevara, Tiro Nkupotse, Eduardo Mondlane, Amilcar Cabral, Thomas Sankara, Solomon Madangu, Ruth First, Steve Biko, Ojia Hende,
Order, honorable member, Honorable member, can we please be relevant on the topic under discussion?
Thank you.
You can proceed and round up.
Honorable Chairperson, there are some of the critical issues which this authority is supposed to grapple with. The authority is in talks with universities and partnering with them in dealing with these issues. The engagements are in terms of the usage of private security, in terms of public protection. The ANC would move the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Agreed to. Can we now, honorable members, can we now have the secretary read the next order?
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee.
Order, honorable member. Sorry, secretary. Yes, honorable Mhlongo.
No, we would like to register a rejection of the motion by EFF. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I must apologize. I didn't recognize your hand. We can now proceed. Secretary, can you read the sixth order? He is objecting to the earlier report. I didn't notice his hand, sorry. Can you please read the next order?
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Tourism on 2016-17 quarterly and financial performance report, and consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Tourism on Quarter 2 financial and non-financial performance for the 2016-17 financial year.
I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move that both reports be adopted by the House, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now ask if there are any declaration or is the chairperson going to introduce Honorable Ngobo?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Department of Tourism had its first quarter report adopted on the
Order, can you please activate the mic of the honorable member, being over?
Thank you. The report was adopted on the 2nd of February, and it was looking at the financial year 2015-16, both in governance and service delivery. This is a highly successful department which continues to receive multi-awards, which included the Best Performing Department, winning Batu Apili Awards, and was also conferred a Clean Audit Award from the Auditor General. We congratulate the department for that. The work done by the department and its entity is visible in the significant improvement in tourist arrivals. The tourist arrivals increased to 9 million, an increase of over 1 million arrivals in 2015. Representing 30% growth. Both government and private sector have turned tourist arrivals around. Tourism figures released by Stats South Africa in December indicated that tourism sector created 32,186 jobs, in the preceding year. The figures indicate the contribution to GDP increase from 83.9 billion in 2011 and 118.9 billion in 2014. The first quarter of 26-17, the department planned to achieve 91 targets, but achieved only 70 targets. 23 were not achieved. This total up 76% for achieved and 23% non-achievement. The department could have performed better had there been no delays in finalizing the terms of reference for projects resulting in delays in procurement and service providers for various projects. The lost ground will be covered in the subsequent quarters. With regard to financial performance, the department has a budget of just over 2 billion rand, 2016-17 financial year. 1.27 billion was transferred to South African tourism, and the department had to allocate 353 million over expenditure against 320 million for the quarter. However, spending will normalize in the subsequent quarter, and spending will be expected to be within the allocation of 2016-17 final year. Final currency exposure has always been a concern for South African tourism, given that the government entities are not allowed to conduct currency hedging. National Treasury allowed the department to make these advance payments. However, a permanent solution is required. Through partnership with private sector, that is Tourism Business Council of South Africa, South African tourism was able to receive 10.7 million for the TOMSA levy. That's quarter one. Quarter two, the Department of Tourism is expected to actually continue making a meaningful contribution. It calls for all sectors and stakeholders to play their roles, including effective implementation of the departmental programs as contained in the 2016-17 Annual Performance Plan. As outlined in the National Expenditure Estimates, the purpose of Vote 33 tourism is to promote, support, and growth for development and equitable competitiveness and sustainable tourism sector, enhancing its contribution to the national priorities. In striving to achieve these national priorities, the department had set a target and was able to send 80 targets and had managed to achieve 56, which is 70% performance. And in the second quarter, 2017, the effects of delays experienced in quarter one were still felt in quarter two. Of more concern was Program 4, which is domestic tourism, where 21 targets were planned, but only 11 achieved. The overall underperformance was 46.62%. Program 4 of the department is crucial in job creation and rural development, and underperformance is of serious concern. The committee addressed issues with the department, and it is confident that the target will be attained by the end of the financial year. The department had done a substantial amount of work in the areas that have not been achieved, and this will be reflected in the performance in the third quarter. The committee was, however, pleased with the expenditure patterns as the amount of 1 billion rand out of 2 million rand that were expropriated were spent by the end of the second financial quarter report, which is 50%. The challenges experienced by South African tourism is executing their mandate, especially with regard to increasing foreign tourist arrivals and domestic tourism performance. The private sector was invited by the committee, included the airline, in trying to facilitate traveling and tourism during the festive season of 2016, a period which is a high season for industry in the country. Mainly, the congestion at the points of entry was raised as a major challenge, particularly in OR Tambo International Airport. We also note the future plans by the Department of Home Affairs that immigration officials will provide a permanent solution. This is a good example of cooperative governance, and if the government could maintain this government coordination in its activity, it will improve the situation in tourism. Despite challenges, the overall performance of this sector is commendable, as there is a continuous improvement in the quarterly figures due to the value for money, due to the devaluation of the rand, economic recovery by some markets, additional facilitation centers across China, a reintroduction of direct air routes between Brazil and China, improvements in visa processing in Kenya, Uganda, and Nigeria, and also various in-market promotional activities, and this is in the wake of global terrorist activities, and South Africa is viewed or perceived as a relatively safe destination. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'll now recognize the member of the DA to make the declaration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last year, we were informed of the approximately 50 million rand worth of tourism infrastructure projects that were halted due to poor management and alleged corruption, all under forensic review. This is very disappointing because these projects are part of the Social Responsibility Implementation Program, which is an extended public works program aimed at poverty alleviation and job creation through tourism. Now, Madam Chair, even more concerning is the fact that some of these projects and investigations date back to 2010. Now, these failed projects are therefore a lost opportunity to create jobs and economic stimulus for normal South Africans, because if implemented successfully, we could have had millions of rands worth of job creation projects implemented in those rural communities. Revenue from tourism has a deep running effect on local economy. Because tourism is a labor-intensive industry, and because most of the participants are micro to small business operators, the effect is felt quickly and directly through local spending. Because for those communities that do have the potential to become successful tourism destinations and that are willing to commit to its ongoing development, the benefits are more than just economic. Madam Chair, in committee, the DA pointed out that with the failure of so many projects, the department has failed to develop these tourism infrastructure in these much-needed rural communities to advance job creation for the many unemployed people and to boost domestic tourism in those provinces. The department must act swiftly to implement a turnaround plan to ensure that these projects are implemented with the aim of creating opportunities, especially in those communities, in order to overcome the limited geographic obstacle that we are faced with. Now, Madam Chair, the DA will be conducting oversight visits to some of these places to ascertain all of the facts and also to evaluate progress. We believe that any failure by government to deliver projects within budget and on time will stand in the way of our country achieving its goals of creating jobs for the almost 9 million unemployed citizens. Now, Madam Chair, which brings us to today. Never has the opportunity to travel been opened up to so many people so quickly. And as a major tourism destination, we need to ensure that we offer attractive and exciting opportunities, whether that's for travelers or investors. Now, to achieve economic growth in this sector, which translates to jobs and economic opportunities, the solution lies in the following: revive stagnant tourism projects, establish destination marketing strategies, and implement product development programs. Now, Madam Chair, I'm speaking from experience, because when I say that these strategies work,
is because these are the things that we are doing in the cities and towns where the DA is governing, with arrival figures and infrastructure spent reaching record levels. Now, for example, in the Western Cape during the month of December 2016, there was a massive 30% increase of visitors compared to the previous year in 2015. Now, it goes without saying that these successes must not be limited to one province only. We must expand on these strategies to the other parts of our country, because, Madam Chair, given the job losses in the mining and manufacturing sectors, we need the tourism industry to keep South Africans working. We need to address the two major obstacles to boost domestic tourism in our country, and that is limited geographic spread and also the affordability. We need to look at ways to make domestic tourism much more affordable to South African citizens. And it's for this reason that the DA has pointed out on several occasions that we need to consider discounted access or free access to South African citizens into government parks, national resorts, and other places managed by government, so that we can entrench a travel culture amongst all South Africans, because it's only through job creation and robust economic growth that we'll be able to unlock the opportunities for all South Africans and give life to the freedoms on which our democracy is based. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member of the EFF.
The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the reports by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism on financial and non-financial performance for the 6 months of the 2016-2017 financial year. The performance of the department thus far shows no new thinking, no initiative, and offers no significant imagination to realize the full potential of tourism in this country. The performance of both the department and South African tourism was below 50% of their pre-agreed targets at the end of the second quarter. Major issues are with Program 4, which is far below the targets on both financial and non-financial performance. South African tourism boasts that it is constantly increasing the number of graded establishments. But the report indicates that their target for the number of graded establishments was not achieved by 3%, with 1,321 achieved out of 1,362 planned for the quarter. They also boast that 30 new hotels joined the star grading system, which boosted the number of graded rooms. But the reality is that most of these graded establishments belong to a tiny minority of white people who have property, and there have been very few attempts to bring emerging black players into the mainstream of the accommodation industry. This limits the real growth potential of the industry and unfairly directs government funding to support an industry that refuses to transform. The EFF wants to see the Department of Tourism and Tourism South Africa take radical steps to transform the tourism industry. Support to established tourism players should be conditionally on them showing demonstrable support to emerging black operators. The EFF rejects the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member of the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party views the two reports tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism with a sense of disquiet. We share the concern of the Portfolio Committee that the performance of both the department and South African tourism was below 50% at the end of the second quarter. The general downward trend of other performance is very disappointing, particularly so since the Department of Tourism has consistently performed reasonably well over the past 2 decades. Whilst we are aware that the national and international economic climate does not have an adverse effect on tourism as a contributor to GDP, such an obstacle should not prevent the department from executing its mandate. Among several failures highlighted in the report tabled here today, the National Freedom Party is particularly disappointed in the failure of the department to implement its plan to support 100 rural enterprises on mentorship, market access, business development, and training. Of the 100 enterprises targeted, only 12 were achieved. Chairperson, such failure is completely unacceptable. Our rural population is facing increasing levels of poverty, and every effort must be made to arrest the slide into deepening poverty. Tourism is a perfect sustainable resource for real job creation and entrepreneurship. Yet our government is dragging its feet in facilitating the exploitation of this golden opportunity, which could make a significant difference in the lives of our people. Finally, the National Freedom Party agrees with the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee contained in the reports tabled here today. In particular, we would urge the department to take heed of the recommendation pertaining to management and internal control processes and to tighten its oversight over South African tourism, which seems to be on a declining trajectory with regards to performance. The National Freedom Party supports the adoption of the report tabled by the Portfolio Committee on Tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, ANC.
Honorable members, tourism has undoubtedly supported growth and development in a competitive and sustainable tourism sector, enhancing its contribution to national priorities. The department is appropriated for about 2 billion for each financial year, which is expected to undertake all these national priorities in enhancing growth and promoting job creation with such limited resources. Although the performance on some of the indicators in the first 6 months of 2015-2016 is slow and below target, the department is expected to meet all its targets by the end of its financial year. The National Department of Tourism's contribution to the economy is measured, or tourism is measured, its contribution to the economy is measured by the jobs created, to the GDP, revenue generated from tourism activities, and is in line with the Vision 2030 of the country, which should be promoting sustainable growth throughout tourism products within the means that are there. South Africa is a destination of choice, and many across the world still find South Africa competitive and would want to visit South Africa and come and spend. Tourism's contribution to GDP is about 9.4%, which is about 375 billion. A total of about 1.5 million jobs that are currently created within the tourism sector, which is about 10% to the total employment throughout the country. Tourism relies, honorable members, on many sectors to achieve its targets. And without those sectors playing on ball, the department will always have targets that are not met, because tourism in itself is a component that has other stakeholders that rely on it, or it relies on other stakeholders for it to achieve its targets. However, when conducting our oversight in many of the provinces, we have seen that there is misalignment on tourism products and tourism projects within provincial department, local government, and the national department. We call upon the department to ensure that it works seamlessly with provincial departments to ensure that tourism realizes its full potential and creates the much-needed jobs that the economy needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We've now concluded the reports as they are reflected on the order paper. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of tourism? EFF?
EFF wish to record that it objects.
The objection of the EFF will be recorded. Honorable members, we will now come to the subject for the debate for today, which is a motion. I just want to remind members that every time when it comes to the point of motions, we always stand up and say, in the next sitting of this day, my party will want this house to debate this and this. So this is an opportunity afforded to parties to indeed table the discussions that they've said they wish the house to debate. It is in most instances, political. It is a political debate. So we debate, persuade one another about the viewpoints that we have on the issues. We may agree or disagree, but we can do so in a nice way. We also want to welcome the members of the gallery who have come to observe this debate. Today is an opportunity for us to debate what the DA had said they would ask this House to debate in its next sitting. I will ask the Secretary to read the motion.
Government's failure to improve the lives of young South Africans with regard to employment, education, and training.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kasim.
Honorable House Chair, before I begin, I'd like to take this opportunity to, first of all, recognize the DASO and DA youth members who have joined us here today. But also I'd like to make a point. You see, House Chair, if we were debating an impeachment motion, President Jacob Zuma, this entire gallery would be full with the bust-in voters of the ANC, all 100 of them that exist in this metro. But tonight and today we are debating a lost generation. And it seems that not only has the ANC lost a generation, they seem to have lost half of their caucus, who haven't seen fit enough or seen this topic fit enough to come and debate it today. And I think what's most concerning is that the relevant ministers, Minister Buti Mamela, who is the Deputy Minister responsible for the youth in the presidency, is lost. Minister Angie Moshecha, the Minister of Basic Education, is lost. Minister Lindiwe Zulu, the Minister of Small Business, is lost. And it seems the ANC has certainly, as is appearances here today, lost. But let's start, Chairperson, by posing this question. What hope is there for poor black children in South Africa? Surely this is the question that should have preoccupied every administration seeking to build a just society in the more than 2 decades since we attained liberation. Yet today, as I address you, a black child in South Africa is still 100 times more likely to grow up in poverty than a white child. This, Honorable House Chair, is no coincidence. It is the direct consequence of subsequent administrations caring more about setting up political patronage networks than caring about what hope they can give to a poor black child in South Africa. The reality is that if you had the misfortune of being a poor black child growing up in South Africa, you would most likely be one of the 50% of grade 1 pupils who would never live to write a matric examination. Most certainly you would be one of the 80% of children who would receive an education that is considered amongst the very worst in the world, an education that will consign you to a lifetime of poverty. And even if through sheer grit and determination you manage to beat these odds and actually write and pass a matric examination, chances are you'd be part of the 75% of matriculants without a bachelor's pass. Perhaps I should break this down into language that ANC MPs can understand. If I had to tell you that for every 8 of you, only 1 of you would make it back as members of parliament, perhaps because we have to make space for a certain Brian Molefe, these would be the odds that you're giving to young South Africans in this country. And I warn you that if you continue taking our generation for granted, that this is going to be your reality. 1 out of only 8 of you will return to this house. And no, I'm not looking at you, Minister Blade in Zemende. It is therefore no coincidence that young black South Africans face unemployment levels of over 60%, or that over 3 million South Africans referred to as NEETs are not in education, employment, or training. It is certainly no coincidence that over 9 million South Africans are unemployed. These are the lost generation, the children who have long been forsaken and forgotten, without hope of succeeding in a just society, the youth of this country who have been set up to fail and never to make it out of poverty. The DA believes that rescuing the lost generation is our greatest challenge. It is the challenge that the ANC government refuses to face. And this is why, since the DA became the government in the Western Cape, we have broken new ground, in that we have the highest retention rates and bachelor pass rates in the country. We have cared about what hopes we can give to a poor black child in this country. And that is why the pass rates for the most disadvantaged schools in the province have been improved to 75%, having been 57% when the DA took over from the ANC in 2009. Indeed, the Western Cape's top learner in science hails from Pundulwazi Secondary School in Philippi, a disadvantaged school. It is under a DA government that this student achieved 100% in science. With a DA-led government in 2019, opening opportunities for young South Africans and preparing them for opportunities will be our greatest focus. We will join hands with the thousands of truly committed teachers and principals in turning our schools around. Whilst protecting each teacher's right to strike, we will limit this right to ensure a minimum core of teaching hours and ensure that unions do not encroach on the day-to-day running of education departments. We will invest in the training of existing teachers and recruit more teachers with excellent skills, particularly in maths and science, and will explore the feasibility of bringing back teaching training colleges which the ANC had shut down, and we will make it easier for excellent teachers from abroad to help plug the skills gaps in our education system. We will empower parents through a voucher system that will seek to create a national education inspectorate to ensure quality. We will create collaboration schools as we have done here in the Western Cape, and we will incentivize schools to retain learners so that they do not join the ranks of the lost generation. Honourable Chairperson, we will do this and more because the Just Society will never stomach producing a lost generation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mahambesala.
Chairperson, honorable members, guests in the gallery, allow me to greet you. House Chairperson, I wish to remind the honorable members of our liberation stalwart, former President Nelson Mandela's first speech before this very house, where he said, I quote, "The youth of our country are a valued possession of our nation. Without them, there can be no reconstruction and development program. Without them, there can be no future." Close quote. Honorable members, the African National Congress has always placed the youth right at the center of this country's trajectory. At the heart of this nation's reconfiguration development is the youth, our future. It can only be in an alternative state which relies on alternative facts where our youth are defined as a lost generation. Yes, there are several challenges that our youth face because of the structural inequalities in this country. Let me pause here to explain this lost generation jibe. This concept of a lost generation is a Western concept. It was coined by Gertrude Stein, who after the First World War, in reference to expatriates who returned from the war and were described as being a desperate, directionless, unemployable mass of youth who see no future for themselves. Later, Ernest Hemingway added that the lost generation are a hard-drinking, fast-living set of disillusioned young expatriates. This generation was lost in the sense that its inherited values were no longer relevant. In the post-World War, these were youth who suffer psychological and physical wounds as a result of war. Is this how you define the youth of this country, Honorable Kasim? To these honorable members, I am reminded of Frantz Fanon. He said, I quote, "Each generation must discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it in relative opacity." Fellow South Africans, from the generation of 1944, 1976 to the fullest until to date, South African youth have been able to define its mission and purpose. Moreover, this administration of President Zuma is actively confronting the legacy of apartheid, especially insofar as youth are concerned. Our National Development Agency has several interventions. Some of them will sound familiar to you because Honorable Maimane have plagiarized these programs in your so-called rescue plan for your lost generation. For instance, in Johannesburg, we have a 32-year-old Cedric Sitole. After receiving a grant from the NYDA of just under 44,000, he built a company called Silverback World Infrastructure, 100% black-owned youth company, which has 27 employees. Silverback offers many services. Chief among those is network engineering. This involves IT support, network design, and cybersecurity, as well as running out fiber cables, which enhances the internet quality. Silverback has been operating for over 3 years and has enlisted multinational companies as their clients. I am also certain that this administration has also recognized that data costs are a barrier in a world that is fast becoming ICT intensive, and there is certainly a commitment to ensure that data falls. Had you not walked out of the President's State of the Nation, you would have picked this up. KZN, Peter Marisbeck, 34-year-old Sandile Dube approached NYDA. He was given under 50,000. Today, he runs a manufacturing business company. His company, Sandy Creations, make leather handbags and other leather materials quite successfully. True to that is Mtata-born Siyaxuza, our own rocket scientist, who has a planet named after himself called Siyaxuza Planet. Siya won a gold medal in 2006 at ESCOM Science Expo when he was still in high school. To date, Siya has a planet that is named after himself, which is called Siyaxuza, built next to the Jupiter. You are the lost generation. According to Statistics South Africa, in Q1, Q2 2016, Western Cape recorded the largest increase in unemployment. During this period, 49,000 people were added to the unemployment register. On the contrary, the provinces we have labeled as Premier League provinces, the Free State and the Mpumalanga, recorded the largest decrease within the same period. By way of further amplification, between Q1 and Q2 of 2016, the largest increase observed in the metropolitan municipalities' unemployment rate, it was here in the city of Cape Town. During the same period, the city of Johannesburg, under the stewardship of Comrade Postal, recorded the largest decrease in the expanded unemployment rate. It is one thing to characterize a problem in society, but it is completely another to eradicate the problem. Now, there is an age-old adage that those in a glass house should not throw stones, and would urge the Democratic Alliance to heed this call, because it is mind-blowing to me how your party that is aiding the rich gentrification of Woodstock and Sea Point can accuse our organization of creating a lost generation. Perhaps in an alternative universe where you strip and dehumanize the lived experience of other humans, their offspring do not suffer. But in this nation, that in itself is the creation of a lost generation. Honorable members, I would like to point out the opportunism from this side of the House. They are desperate to appear as people who champion the interest of blacks and the youth in particular. But we know too well what happened behind their veneer. President Zuma has correctly set Human Rights Day as one in which we commemorate the legacy of Steve Biko. Steve Biko had a very clear disposition on white liberals, pretty similar to that of James Baldwin. In fact, James Baldwin once said, "Everywhere I've been in this country, white people think race relations are excellent. Liberals are looking for alleviation, a protection of their own consciousness. Liberals cannot be fake and be heroic too." In the words of the very same Baldwin, Mr. Honorable Maimane quoted in his pseudo-State of the Nation, I would like to say to you, honorable members, decide, you cannot be fake and a hero at the same time. Similarly, you cannot be Similarly, your leader cannot be a proxy of white monopoly capital and also mushroom as a champion of the poor and disenfranchised. In their wisdom, the 1944 generation of the Youth League warned us of your type, the so-called trustee and trusteeship. You see, honorable members like O.R. Tambo and Anton Limbede define trustees and pawns of white supremacy. As the 1944 Youth League Manifesto puts it, in the role of trustees is to mislead the world and make it believe that they are helping most South Africans. In fact, they are pawns aiding white supremacists and aggregate this nation worth to themselves. Now, Honorable Steenhuisen, before I answer where I stay, you must tell South Africans why you left a KZN legislature before your term of office would expire. Tell them.
Madam House Chairperson.
Order, Honorable Mohammed Salah, can you take a seat? Order, Honorable members.
House Chairperson, I'm happy to answer the question. I left the case in legislature because I got elected to the National Assembly.
Member.
She may be referring to the Etikweni municipality, in which case I'll start picking up members in your members, including some sweetheart meetings that have been coming out.
Order, honorable members. It is a rule that when a member is asked a question, you allow the chair to ask member whether he or she will be able to answer. Order, honorable member. Order. Honorable members, can we allow Honorable Mohammed Salah to proceed?
The ANC initiated a grand program called Vulindlela eJozi in partnership with Harimbe Youth Employment Accelerator, which aimed at training young people to access employment. The DA government stooge, Mr. Herman Mashaba, cancelled that initiative in the city of Johannesburg. The DA further cancelled the Jozi My Beginning, which formed part of Jozi a Tech program, which aimed to fund local talent with innovation, business ideas, and that can benefit public and enrich the lives of the local residents. You are the embodiment of a lost generation. To truly configure our economy, we need not be apologetic. Of course, as we have come to learn, apologetic conduct falls in the parlance of Pinky and the brain, also known as Julius and Floyd. It is only a matter of time before they apologize for endorsing the egocentric Mr. Mashaba.
Order, honorable member.
Who is Julius and Floyd?
Honorable member.
Who is Julius and Floyd here?
Order.
Pink and brain.
Honorable member, you asked for a point of order. You should allow me to take your point of order.
Chair.
Honorable Mohammed Salah, can you take a seat?
Chair, I just want to check who's Fred and Julius in this house.
Honorable member.
This man Belala must
Honorable
not lie
member,
here.
can you please take your seat?
On a point of order.
What is the point of order, honorable member?
Chairperson, I'd just like to check with you, is it parliamentary to refer to members of this house to cartoon characters, to Pinky and the Brain? Is that parliamentary? And then
Order.
can you ask the member to please withdraw that statement?
Thank you, honorable member Mohammed Salah. Were you referring to any member of this house?
Chairperson, I don't watch cartoons, so I don't know what she's talking about.
Were you referring to members of this house?
No,
thank you.
I was not.
Chairperson.
Honorable Enter.
Chairperson, the member on the podium clearly defined Pinky and the Brain. Then she further went on to say Julius and Floyd. They are not cartoons. She must withdraw that.
Honorable member Mohammed Salah, I have asked, and you say you're not referring to any member of the House, but in terms of our rules, can we not infer or impugn the character of members? Order, honorable members.
House Chair.
Order. I was still talking to an honorable member on the podium. Honorable member, in terms of our rules, we can't impugn on the character of members of this House. I had asked whether you made a reference to members of the House and you said no.
No.
A point has been raised by other members that in their understanding, that's what you did. I will consult the Hansard and come back and rule on this matter. Order, honorable members. Can I please ask that we be in order? We have all agreed this is a political debate, but let's conduct it in a manner that is honorable indeed. Honorable JJ?
Thanks, House Chair. I just wanted to, when you're considering the matter, I mean, it is common knowledge that former President Mandela referred to Tony Leon as Mickey Mouse.
Order,
So
honorable
it is
member.
common cause
Order.
that it's used.
I will actually be guided by the rules of the House in my consideration of the matter. Can I close? Honorable member, are you rising on same point? Can I please order? Can I please ask you to allow the chair to look at this matter and come back to the House?
Yeah, but I must raise on a point of order. On the same
What
matter.
is a new point of order?
No, it's on the same matter. It's very critical, Chairperson.
Order. Honourable member.
Yeah, but can I speak now? Please.
Can I ask you to
But
hold on a
I'm
bit?
asking you nicely.
Can I ask you to hold on? I had indicated, because two of your members have raised an issue, and I've said I would look at the matter, because I asked the honourable member in front of you. She said no. The other member did say in her own view this was a clear reference to the members of this House, and I asked you to allow me as the chair to reflect in terms of the rule and looking at the speech on Hansard, what the member actually said, and come back to the House. So if it's still on that matter, can I allow you to take your seat?
No, Chairperson.
Thank
but,
you.
But I've already raised a point of order.
No,
Can you allow me to
honourable
speak?
member, it's the same point.
I'm asking nicely, Chairperson. I'm
Is
not
it a
fighting you.
different point?
No, it's the same point, but I want to deal with the issue, Chairperson. Because when people, they start calling names and they say, no, I didn't, it's going to be very dangerous, because we'll call them with names. And then we'll keep on saying, refer to us.
Honourable member.
We've got capacity of
Can you
calling
please
and
take
with
a
names.
seat?
So she must not
Can
do
you
that.
please take a seat?
We are just warning you.
Can you take a seat? You
Well,
can't
very
warn
nice
on a member. Honourable member, can you take your seat? I have said I will come back on this matter, and can you please allow the chair to rule? Honourable Steinazen?
House Chair, may I address you in terms of Rule 84?
Yes.
It's in response to what the Honourable Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services said. And when you're considering it, I think you must consider history in its fullest sense. The insult was directed at a political party. He said that Honourable Leon had a Mickey Mouse party, to which Honourable Leon replied he had a goofy government. It was party.
Honourable member, honourable members, I can realize that this debate is really hot up, but can we please allow us to rule in terms of our rules in the consideration of the matter? Honourable Mahambetla, you can conclude your speech.
Chairperson, in conclusion, it is little wonder that you and your organization, Honorable Hasim, find it hard to condemn white monopoly for their egregious conduct in the financial sector. At the very least, condemn or commend the Competition Commission for their dedication to rid our economy of vestiges of apartheid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable Paulson.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. We can't expect the lost ANC to recognize the lost generation. Honourable Chairperson, South Africa is at a crossroads. South African youth, black youth, who should be the bedrock of our socio-economic life, are trapped in a system that seeks their destruction. At school, they have to face the daily dehumanization of having to study under trees in the Eastern Cape, or having to study without textbooks in Limpopo, or having unqualified teachers teaching them in KwaZulu-Natal. At university, those who are lucky enough to access these institutions, they have to put up with systems that do not seek to build them into confident and competent human beings. Rather, they are seen as cash cows for the universities and get kicked out when they can no longer afford to pay. In the workplace, For those who are lucky enough to work, they face daily struggles of dehumanizing exploitation with minimal pay. South African youth are the most vulnerable to unemployment, to diseases, to crime, because the ANC government has not presented and implemented any vision for ensuring full participation of young people in this economy. As things stand, young people are loitering on corners because they are unemployed and mostly unemployable. Most are in jail because the economic system would not have them anywhere else. In this very wicked system, it is okay for the Department of Correctional Services to use 9.8 billion rand per year to keep mostly black young prisoners behind bars instead of investing in comprehensive development of our young people to ensure that they do not resort to crime. According to Stats SA, quarterly labor survey released early in February, young people aged between 15 and 34 years are the most vulnerable in the labor market, with unemployment of 37.1%, which is 10.6 percentage points above the national average. Education is the ultimate decider of whether one is employed or not. Those with education levels of less than matric contribute to almost 60% of the unemployed, with unemployment rate at 31.2%. On the other hand, the unemployment rate among graduates was 7%. So what this says is that the ANC's continuing neglect of education threatens the very basis for the future of this country. The economic freedom fighters has always been clear about what needs to be done to fully incorporate young people to the economic life of this country. We need the state to provide free, quality, decolonized education, which will break the intergenerational colonial curse condemning black people to a lifetime of glorified slavery. Young black people with full access to quality education will have no incentive to resort to crime and will contribute immensely to the development of our country. We need to reopen teaching and nursing colleges, which were foolishly closed down by this corrupt ANC. This will ensure that from this basic level, our education system is of good enough quality. This will also ensure that rural young people have access to good quality health care provided by properly trained nurses. We cannot do these things if we continue being led by corrupt old men who know nothing about contemporary youth challenges. The EFF is the only party that offers visionary alternatives for the full absorption of young people to the economy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Schlenger.
Honorable House Chairperson, in the final analysis, all these niceties may be said about development, but they have not resulted in the alleviation of the plight of young people. Unemployment remains high at 7.2%, and when expanded is at 35%. So we can come here and sing your praises, but in the final analysis, jobs continue to be lost and young people continue to be jobless. Why is this happening? Maybe let's take this example. On average, 1 million learners enter grade 1, and about 700,000 of them at the end of 12 years reach grade 12. On average, 500,000 of them pass, but in fact, that pass, not more than 200,000 gainfully make it onwards to higher education. Thus, after 12 years every year, we lose 800,000 young people to poverty, hopelessness, and lack of opportunity. Why is it that currently we have 446 schools which need to be replaced because they've got mud constructions? 514 schools are without sanitation and need basic toilets. 714 have got no electricity. 1,069 are without water. 4,050 have no sports facilities. 13,717 are without computer centers. 14,989 are without libraries. 15,368 require multi-purpose centers. 15,435 have got no nutrition centers. 16,516 are with administration centers, and 18,258 are without laboratories. So, Honorable House Chairperson, The question
Order.
then is...
Honorable member, can you take a seat? Honorable member, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Is all of this happening under ANC rule?
Order. Honorable member, are you wanting to ask a question? Honorable Shleng, can you continue with your speech?
Honorable House Chairperson, this is the situation South Africa is faced with. Young people are being given no opportunities. Yes, strides may have been made, that's all good and well. But ultimately, when you've got young people who are not gainfully employed, when there's a mismatch in terms of what we are producing in our TVET colleges, not the market needs, that tells you that something is fundamentally wrong. So I want to urge everybody in the ranges of the ANC not to take the criticism, negatively. Take the merit that it deserves, because young people are just that desperate, and you are failing them day in and day out. But Chair, let me conclude by answering the question, why is the ANC actually giving young people this kind of education? Well, this is a desperate attempt of killing the quality of education, deliberately designed to keep schools under-resourced in an attempt to consolidate, in a desperate move, voter fodder through the creation of culture of dependency. It's a direct result of a strategic ploy on the part of the ANC government to hold young South Africans to ransom. Guys, really, shape up or ship out. You can't continue like this. Honestly speaking,
Order, honorable member. Your time is up.
Take us serious.
Honorable Kubisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Today we're essentially debating the state of our youth in our country, and perhaps we'll take a minute or two to reflect on how to make the way forward to our nation's most precious resource, which is our youth. Chairperson, statistics suggest that the youth unemployment in our country averaged 51.14% from 2013 up to 2016. Currently, our national youth unemployment rate stands at 54.2% compared to our national unemployment rate, which is at 26.5%, which clearly shows that unemployment is prevalent among our young people. We can argue about ideology, but we cannot argue with figures and facts. Unfortunately, these figures tell a sad story. These figures tell as loud and clear that we are standing at the edge of abyss, where the gap between the haves and have-not is bound to increase, and the government is indeed failing to improve the lives of the majority of our youth. On the other hand, recent statistics South Africa reports that the majority of our young people aged between 20 and 34 in South Africa have a higher level of education than their parents. The National Freedom Party believes that this is a fact that deserves to be acknowledged. However, to contextualize this achievement, we also have to consider the past generations of black South Africans were subject to colonial and Verwoerdian education system, which were designed to prevent black South Africans from attaining meaningful education. The fact that our young people are now more educated than the previous generations does, however, not automatically mean that the government has succeeded in improving the lives of our young people through education. Our education is grappling with problems of poorly qualified educators that have to teach under crumbling infrastructure, lack of resources. Our students perform poorly in mathematics, science, and reading. Chairperson, according to the World Economic Forum Global Information Technology Report 2014, South Africa ranks 144 out of 148 in terms of the quality of maths and science education, which is the statistics one proud of. Our education system has an acceptable high dropout rate, which severely undermines skill building and employability among our young people. To compound the problems, Chairperson, associated with the high dropout, our TVET colleges that should be providing vocational and practical skills trained to those who drop out are not functioning near the maximum capacity. Community colleges still have to define their role as well, because these are the colleges that should be providing the needs of the local communities. Looking at the way forward, the National Freedom Party believes that government intervention is required to address youth unemployment, directly at the level of policy to stimulate economic growth
Honourable
and
Member,
direct it to sustainable public work
your
projects.
time is up.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Putra. Honourable Member, this is her maiden speech, so we need to be kind in our howling. And I'm sure she will also be kind in not throwing stones. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. As a young black South African, I feel obligated to remind us of the purpose of this debate. Madam Speaker, a few days ago, I had a conversation with Shireen Afrikando, who, like myself, had been raised by a father who never had the opportunity to attend a university. Our fathers, like many fathers in the Eastern Cape, worked hard to commit to a life of hard work so that I can have a different lifestyle. Understanding her father's commitment to better her life, she surpassed all expectations. She had been accepted in the University of Free State. She was meant to become the first in her family to attend a university. Honourable members, today, she sits at home, either with nothing more than a matric certificate and the university acceptance. She is one of the many silenced, hopeless, rejected voices of the lost generation. She is part of the 53,000 unsuccessful applicants of NSFAS. Madam Chair, I am moved to share the words of W. Yeats that state, "But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I've spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly because you tread on my dreams." These are the words echoed by my fellow young South Africans. These are the words of a generation whose dreams have been denied, whose hope has been diminished, whose trust has been broken, whose talents have been crippled. These are indeed the words of a lost generation. Generation of born frees who are victim to 2 decades of compounding ground, government corruption and greed. This is a lost generation whose government has turned its back on its people. When the young people of South Africa in Sharpeville, when they stood tall, as you like to remind us, and sacrificed their lives, they believed they were doing so for the greater good of South Africa, for democracy, education, and opportunity. If they were to see the government today, they would cringe in their graves, because this government is no longer a selfless government. Instead, it has turned its back on its people and its young people. Today, we find ourselves with a government that is scared of its own young people. That is why they bring up 40-year-olds instead of people my age on the stage. We find ourselves with a government who has leaders who loot and steal from the people. A government that fails to eradicate the social ills in our community. A government that is self-serving, suppressive, and refuses to be corrected. Essentially, we find ourselves with a government that has failed young people. The Democratic Alliance believes that the youth should be encouraged to acquire an education with the necessary support and structures that will ensure not only access, but success in institutions of higher learning. Our reality is that of a collapsing basic education system that fails to teach our children to be critical thinkers. We are taught just to get by. We are taught to look for jobs and not to create jobs. This is a lost generation. In the Eastern Cape, which remains one of the poorest provinces in the country, my young brothers and sisters ought to wake up in the early mornings and walk to school. They are subjected to inhumane conditions. The conditions which they study in are not conducive to a sustainable learning environment. The lives of young people have not been improved. This indeed is our lost generation, where we have 3 million South Africans under the age of 25, who are, by the way, my age, who are mainly black, that are not in education, employment, or training. They have been left behind. Madam, they are a lost generation. The Department of Higher Education and Training has set a target of merely 1 million people to enter institutions of higher learning. What has happened to the rest? Where are they in the system? Why have they been excluded? They are indeed a lost generation. In our TVET colleges, only 41% of the candidates that sit in N2 examinations pass. In NCV, only 10% of our public TV colleges manage to get an average of 60%. Many students today sit at home with no certificates. What are they ought to do? After so many obstacles they have surpassed, they're still not given the opportunity to get a job or employment. If we are to change, honourable members, this is clear that there must be a change in governance. We ought to have leaders that put the people first. It is the DA's mission to rescue this lost generation, to create a better future for all South Africans, not only those who are connected. We will create a free and fair society with equal opportunities for all, because it is this generation, my generation, that will change the status quo. It is my generation that will successfully eradicate the social isms that still prevail in society. We will not allow ourselves to be divided by race, gender, or religion, but instead we will be unified because we understand we are all fellow human beings. It is this generation that will become the beacon of hope to the young developing world, because you as adults have failed to provide that for us. The Democratic Alliance will rescue this lost generation and ultimately rescue this country by creating a diverse education, training, and internship options. We'll introduce a well-expanded NSFAS through which the poor students will be comprehensively supported and the missing middle will receive support proportional to their family income. NSFAS does not do that. The DA will bring back teacher training colleges to ensure that we have got the best skilled teachers in our institution. The DA will offer a year's free technical vacation training to all matrics because we believe that no one ought to be left behind. Honourable members, as we continue with our daily business, as we squander in this house, let us be reminded of Shireen, who needs us to ensure that she is able to further education that she has worked hard for and dreamed of. Let us be reminded of these young people that have placed their dreams beneath our feet, and as such, let us tread softly, because we tread on the dreams of a lost generation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kwankwa.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable House Chair, in other words, they are calling this generation a generation betrayed. Amasela. Angazama Honourable Manamela Noluzipui defender soze sieko kucho. Former President Woodrow Wilson once said at the Princeton University in 1907 that we live in an age disturbed, confused, bewildered, afraid of its own forces, in search not merely of its road, but even of its direction. There are many voices of counsel, but very few voices of vision. There's much excitement and feverish activity, but little concert or thoughtful purpose. We're distressed by our own ungoverned and directed energies and do many things, but nothing for long. I say to you, the ruling party, it is your duty to find yourselves, as they say. Last night, the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Finance made a commitment to the funding of skills development as an input toward growing and transforming our economy. Naturally, this creates an expectation that in tomorrow's budget speech, they will announce bold steps to address the funding shortfall in our higher education. Minister, we're waiting. Fellow South African statistics have already been cited by previous speakers about deliberate government failure to provide for the people of South Africa, in particular the youth. To regurgitate the statistics would be an exercise in intellectual laziness. However, that said, the challenges facing South Africa at the moment, such as youth unemployment, poor education and training, alcohol and drug abuse, are not just a problem for government alone. All stakeholders, including the private sector, have an important role to play in helping to find solutions to these problems. However, we should pose a more fundamental question. Does our education system provide the youth with educational experiences and skills that equip them with the necessary tools they need to understand and impact what is happening in the world around them, and more importantly, in the African continent? We should use our education system as a tool to search not only for our road, but also for our direction. In other words, we should develop an overarching national narrative, not only on education, but on all matters of national importance. For instance, as the biggest and most sophisticated economy in Africa, we should be producing graduates that contribute to Africa's development. For instance, Africa is battling with energy shortages, and yet the same continent, you have countries like Guinea that have enormous hydropower potential due to being the wettest country in West Africa, with an average rainfall at 4,300 millimeters a year. In fact, with all these rains, the Guinea people do not have reasonable access to improved water sources. This means we should be producing young intellectuals that also seek to ensure that our natural resource endowment and booms in Africa do not only serve as a catalyst for economic growth, but also serve as catalysts for socio-economic development on the continent. Madam Speaker, we need to arm young people through mentorship portals with skills they require to be economically active.
Honourable Member, your
Online
time is
portals or mentorship, leadership skills, among others, would empower the youth with the relevant knowledge. This is an educational band. Marcel.
Honourable Alberts. Order. Honourable Member.
Chairperson, thank you.
Order, Honourable Alberts. There's a point of order.
My apologies to the Honourable Alberts. The Honourable Member who's just left the podium has twice referred to Amasela. I don't know what it means, but I asked Honourable Nkwinti, and I...
Order, Honourable Member, can we allow the member to raise a point of order?
I asked Honourable Nkwinti, and I'm told he's referring to members on this side of the House as thieves. Now, Honourable Chair, I'm not a thief. And if Honourable Kwankwa knows who is a thief, could he please give us the names and to the police? But I certainly am not one, and I object to that offensive referral in terms of the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Kwankwa, if I may ask you, did you refer to any members in the House?
Well, I didn't refer to anyone. I just said Lamasela. I didn't say the ANC Lamasela or the DA or the opposition. I just said Lamasela, so what's there to withdraw?
Honourable Member, take a seat. I will refer to Hansard as in another matter and come back to the House. Honourable Alberts.
Chairperson, thank you. While the developed states are struggling with an aging population and have to deal with the complex problems of immigration, ensure the continuity of a younger workforce, South Africa is blessed with what is called a demographic dividend. This basically means that this stage of the country's history, we have a large pool of young people that, should they be employed, will play a significant role in creating economic prosperity for all South Africans. However, this is the gist of the problem South Africa is facing, as for most of these young people, jobs do not exist. While the country could have enjoyed blessings of its demographic dividend with massive economic growth, it is now facing the curse of massive unemployment, civil unrest, and political instability. In short, it is very clear that the ANC's economic policies have failed, relegating young South Africans of all races to a life of unemployment, hopelessness, and extreme frustration. As 'n mens egter die ANC-regering vra waarom hierdie situasie bestaan, is hulle vinnig om te antwoord, dit is eksterne faktore wat dit veroorsaak. Die fout lê by die internasionale ekonomie en wit ekonomiekapitaal. Ek het nog een keer van 'n ANC-minister of direkteur-generaal gehoor dat hulle eie beleid wel tekortkominge het nie. Wanneer ons die betrokke ministers en hulle departemente uitvra oor interne tekortkominge, word eenvoudig ontken dat daar foute is. Dit altyd die internasionale ekonomie, interne markfoutlyne en wit ekonomiese kapitaal wat die skuld dra, en dit verdien 'n verskerpte weergawe van bestaande ANC-ekonomiese beleid. There exists ample evidence that the ANC government has failed young South Africans. Private industry, firstly, is creating less jobs than the public sector. Industrial policy is not energizing the economy. The ANC is more interested in redistributing the redistribution of assets in a shrinking economy than growing it. More people are becoming dependent on social grants. The basic education system has failed spectacularly in preparing young people for the challenges of a globalized economy and continue to do so. Tomorrow we will probably see the ANC solution to this conundrum by the increased taxation of the already overburdened taxpayers, thus depressing and harming the economy even further. Daar is dus geen twyfel nie. Die grootste rede waarom daar tans nie hoop vir die jong mense van Suid-Afrika is nie, is te vind in die ANC se swak ekonomiese beleid en onvermoë om foute te erken waar hulle dit maak en nodige aanpassings te maak soos nodig. Die situasie sal ongelukkig nie verander totdat die ANC vervang word deur 'n toekomstige koalisieregering op nasionale en provinsiale vlak nie. Daardie proses is al reeds in verskeie stede aan die gang en sal voortgesit word tydens die verkiesing in 2019. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Madisha.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Of our youth, the late Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Now, despite continual protestation by the opposition and indeed millions of the South African people, the ANC and its alliance partners have created a perfect storm. And COPE says to them, you have mismanaged the economy such that it now borders between stagnation and recession and cannot attract investment or grow employment. Unemployment stands at minus or plus 40%, contrary to what ANC says. They always say 25, 27%, and that is not scientific. Secondly, we say that you have created a failing and incapable state wrecked by ineptitude, gross indifference, and rampant corruption. And we say that the nation is now faced with a failing basic education system that is destroyed by your not having a proper planning, and that's a major problem for the people of our country. The immorality of the ANC and its bad governance of the state is clearly mirrored in the way that it has failed our nation's children and their future. Go to, if I were to give an example, to Bembe in Limpopo today, to Bisho in the Eastern Cape, to Botshabelo in the Free State. There are very serious problems there where our children do not have books, and they have been in the streets both yesterday and today. We say the people of South Africa cannot really take this kind of thing, and we call on them to rise and indeed to rise and deal with this problem that we face. I must say that we agree at least with the Deputy Minister of Finance when he indicates that simply put, without growth, transformation will make us poorer. Without transformation, growth will exacerbate inequality, which will make the growth itself unsustainable. COPE therefore agrees with the Deputy Minister. I want to repeat that what we need is a national obsession with inclusive growth that will grow.
Your time is up.
ANC has failed. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Makubela Mashele.
Honorable members, allow me to remind South Africans this afternoon that to date, over 1.7 million South Africans has joined the ranks of the middle class. These are young professionals, artisans, a well-skilled force that is much needed by the economy. Majority of this population of the middle class strata are black middle class who benefited from the National Skills Fund. The National Skills Fund is government's vehicle to educate and skill the youth and the labor force of the country. What we should be discussing this afternoon, honorable members, is a call upon private sector to come on board and absorb these qualified young people into formal and full employment. We should call upon the private sector to open their doors so that artisan learners can get exposure and experiential training in order to qualify as full competent tradesmen and tradeswomen. The role of government is to make sound policy regulation for the private sector to flourish and and it is never to create employment. Government cannot be the main employer in a mixed economy system. What I do not hear from the DA is concrete proposals on attaining the mission of government towards the country's Vision 2030. I also do not hear them making a clarion call on private sector to absorb and employ the skilled workforce that is being produced by our institutions of higher learning. All of us in this House are representing our constituencies as public representatives, and our role in our constituencies is to channel the youth to programs designed to empower and develop them. Our role is never to label them as the lost generation. The symbolism of a lost generation leaves a bitter taste and can discourage young people who have failed once or twice in their quest to stand on their own 2 feet and construct a bright future. Ours is to encourage the young generation to see a brighter tomorrow. The youth of this country is the future of South Africa, which must be empowered to realize their full potential and understand their roles and responsibilities in contributing towards a meaningful South Africa and a prosperous South Africa. The ANC-led government has established a wide range of support programs and strategies to empower the youth in various sectors, and millions of South Africans are benefiting from these programs. To deliver to the National Development Plan target of producing about 30,000 young artisans per annum by 2030, our government has taken various initiatives to achieve this goal. Honorable members, allow me to give you facts. And for those who are most educated would say, based on empirical evidence, about 175 million from the National Skills Fund was allocated to Transnet to train about over 1,000 artisans over 3 years. Transnet has leveraged on its existing capabilities and facilities to ensure an increased number of qualified artisans. Training is delivered at 18 institutions, centers across the country, which, when you are conducting our oversight, you should go and see for yourself first-hand information of a government of the ANC that is delivering on its goal and its mandate. To date, honorable members, so our government has allocated millions and millions to Denel, to South African Airways, to PSIRA, to train young people on artisanal training, technical skills, civil engineering, and ensure that we produce a workforce that is much needed by the economy. Honourable members, I am not thumb-sucking these figures. They are there in black and white for all of you to see. Mr. Kasim, can you ask your colleagues during the constituency period, go through the length and breadth of the country, go to these institutions and check for yourself. These are government programs that are geared at empowering young people that are there and are working for the people. Let me give you the statistics. Absorption rate on artisans by the industry and self-employment can be tracked to over 79% of artisans that have been absorbed and that have found meaningful employment since the inception of the programs. Honorable members, two new universities are in operation and function in our country. These universities are vehicles that transform, educate, and professionalize young people. This is a government in sync with the youth population and its developmental agenda. The ANC government continues to invest in the South African child and particularly the youth of the country. How then do you turn a blind eye on so many initiatives and structured programs tailor-made to benefit the youth? University headcount in warm bodies is over 1 million across the length and breadth of the country. Higher education and training has been structured and tailored to meet demands of the economy. The question is, what stops industries and private sector to absorb these graduates and these artisans into the mainstream economy and full employment? Recent development, honorable members, tell us how the banks and monopoly have colluded to weaken the currency and stifle economic growth. How do you explain the number of graduates and highly skilled young people who are finding it difficult to find employment after completing their higher education and training, despite the fact that they are trained in industry-demanding fields? My conclusion, House Chair, is that the same monopoly capital that has worked against our currency and weakened our rand are working against the economy and ensuring that our young people are not absorbed into the mainstream economy and are not getting full employment. Honorable members, the ANC is on course to deliver on programs designed and geared at ensuring that young people are trained and absorbed into the mainstream economy. Honorable members, allow me to tell you that during the financial year of 2015 and 2016, a total of 231 learners were registered by SETAs, and these learners have been certified in the programs. They have received their qualifications and are within a space where they can go to the market and look for employment. To date, honorable members, SETAs and the programs that are there are ensuring that they are certifying young people. Young people are being absorbed into these programs. But the problem is, of those that are getting out of the system, does the industry absorb them and give them full employment? No. Your call, Honorable Kasim, is to ensure that your monopoly capital and those that are within your benches should give young people an opportunity to get full employment into the economy. This ANC government is a government that is working for its people and that is ensuring that young people are benefiting from all the programs that are geared and designed to ensure that young people are trained and skilled. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Chafta. Chafta, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our fledgling democracy has blossomed consistently for 2 decades. The international community embraces our democratic institutions and their ability to contribute towards our economic growth. However, there is cynical view from the young people in the commitment of the state to narrow the levels of unemployment, including introducing measures to quantum leap access to education and training. This view is echoed in Q2 of the State's SA Labour Force Survey on unemployment, released in 2016, which indicates that about 47.6% of young people are unemployed. South Africa had about 19.5 million youth population in 2014. Therefore, the current youth unemployment figure should raise alarm to every single South African committed to eradicating inequality, social injustice, and servitude. Lame duck ministries such as labor, mineral resources, and small business enterprise should alleviate the plight of the youth in this country through enforcing compliance with employment equity laws, igniting beneficiation for small cooperatives, and promoting small medium enterprises owned by young people through funding, skills development, and prioritizing local content and production amongst big sector contractors. Honorable Chair, the education sector in South Africa is in dire straits. Mahatma Gandhi has stated the need to embrace universal education in the following terms. I quote, "The aim of university education should be to turn out true servants of the people who will live and die for the country's freedom," close quote. Government has dilly-dallied around policies on basic education, changing them as if they were a piece of government. We call upon policy consistency and institutional memory in basic education. We implore Minister Mutsaga to place non-performing education portfolios in provinces under administration. Honorable Chair, Mr. Blade Zimande is a mayor of contradiction. Parliament allows him to exploit the current budget.
Member, your time's up.
Thank you very much.
You will conclude the sentence with Minister outside the room. Honorable Mbinda.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I think there was a project called National Empowerment Fund, and there was another one, they call it Umsobumvu, and then there was a Jobs Fund. But all those projects have not contributed, more especially to the young people. Do you know why? A reason is because we are just missing the boat. A problem here is that as African people, we were robbed of our land, and we know who are the robbers. So what I can suggest to Uba Mkwendi is that you must just bring Section 25 here in this house so that this will repeal Section 25. Then sizobona ukuthi yonke le noise about our people suffering and all that, then siyibona ukuthi izasiphelisa. Bring Section 25 so that we repeal Section 25. And then once it is repealed, then I'm sure other people will have to keep quiet, because in means of production, you look at means of production, who controls them, you look at the shareholders. I know some of the ruling party people are also shareholders in some of these big banks and corporations, but you cannot put the same people to transfer the economy to the poor of the poorest if you are still having people that must protect their interests. Another problem with the South Africans is that they keep on voting corrupt leaders, and they know, and they will continue suffering if they do not change their mindset when it comes to the issue of voting. You cannot have a country where only about 9 companies, they own 75% of the stock exchange. You look at the wealth of this country, is controlled by 3 people, more than 50%. And those people are white people. So white people must talk to their white counterparts so that they can release some of our mineral resources and our wealth in order for our young people to benefit. So we must not come here and make sizokwenza inzomi. Zinzomi ezisenzela abantu. Talk to your brothers, talk to your sisters, your uncles, and whatever, and ask them to transfer the power and the economy to the rightful owners of this country. And those are the South African, those are the African people, the citizens of this country. So we mustn't come and talk crap here every day. And Africa must not listen to this crap.
Honorable members,
thank you.
Order. Point. Can you take a seat? There's a point of order. What's the point of order, honorable member?
Thank you, House Chair. I think it's a matter of public, I hate to go on record being as the SH1T MP. I see it's a matter of record on Hansard, the word crap. Is that parliamentary, House Chair?
Order, honorable member. Honorable Mbinda, did you raise that name? Did you say?
Yes, I said crap. Maybe I should have said nonsense. Maybe I should have said nonsense. I said crap. You see, because they are misleading.
Your time is up, honorable member. We will check whether the name is parliamentary or not. Honorable McKay.
In turbulent times, it's affirming to remember, Chair, that we are free. Free from oppression, free from colonialism, and free from domination by one race over another. A high price has been paid for this freedom, extracted as it was from the lost generation, the generation of 1976. Let us take a minute, Chair, to fully appreciate this sacrifice. This is a sacrifice. It was this sacrifice of this generation of youths that more than any other defeated white supremacy, ended institutionalized racism, and provided the impetus for the peaceful transition to democracy brokered by Tata Madiba and others in 1994. Our debt to the lost generation runs deep. We do never forget that an entire generation sacrificed themselves, their individual dreams, hopes, and prospects so that we, as a nation, might reap the benefit of freedom, namely full political and economic emancipation and participation. And yet, political freedom has not resulted in meaningful economic participation for the very vast majority of our people. The reality instead is a precarious situation in which 2/3 of adults are jobless and where 64% of young adults aged 15 to 35 are damned to a life of unemployment. This is a new generation, or this is the new lost generation brought to you by the ANC, a generation of young people without meaningful employment prospects and without any hope of a better opportunity in the life ahead. How can it be, Chair, that under a democratic and free society that so many are not free to live lives of their choosing? How is it, Chair, that the liberators of our nation have constructed a democratic society which so ruthlessly excludes the young? I put it to you, Chair, that the ANC of Jacob Zuma has failed primarily due to its failure to undertake the responsibilities concomitant with the rights associated with freedom. These responsibilities, at the very least, mean adhering to the rule of law, defending our Constitution, and governing in the best interests of all our people. Chair, I put it to you further that Jacob Zuma's ANC has failed on all three of these accounts. One need only to reflect upon the Public Protector's State Capture Report or remember that our President racks up criminal offences like most of us rack up speeding.
Order, Honourable Member, what's the point?
The Honourable Member is really violating the rule. He's saying the administration of Jacob Zuma instead of the President, irrespective that he doesn't like him. He still has to use the name President, and he's doing it for the second time.
Order.
I don't care.
Order. Honourable Member, can you take a seat? The reference was to the party and mentioning the party leader. Can you please proceed, Honourable Member?
Chair, in summary, it's just easy to point out that the disaster, which is the Jacob President Zuma, excuse me, what disaster the presidency of Jacob Zuma has been for our country. For instance, economic growth has slowed to a crawl of less than 1% per annum. Government debt service costs amount to 163.6 billion rand, or 3.5% of GDP, eroding any real chance our country has realizing the progressive realization of the provision of healthcare, welfare, and education for our people. With over 100 dead Esimendeni, with imminent collapse of social grant provision to most vulnerable in our society, and with 3 million young adults not in education and training, ours is not a caring state. Ours is not a competent state. Ours is a state against the nation. We in the Democratic Alliance are not, however, blind to structural challenges bequeathed by apartheid to the democratic state. It is plainly evident that the apartheid policy framework created an enormous financial, human, and social capital deficit within South Africa. Apartheid created inequality not only in terms of education, but also in terms of other kinds of capital that enable or impede social mobility. Capital, in a broader sense, includes financial capital, such as ownership of financial assets, human capital, which refers to health and education, cultural capital, which refers to knowledge of institutions in the economy, such as the labor market, social capital, which refers to our ability to make networks, and symbolic capital, which refers to the status of our place in society. That whites have enjoyed dominance over these forms of capital is indeed a legacy of apartheid. The failure to advance broad-based black capital accumulation is, however, a legacy our ANC present. A 2015 report entitled South African Child Gauge report notes critically that government's narrow focus on black ownership of financial capital at the expense of broader capital accumulation will be insufficient to raise the vast majority from deprivation. The government's single-minded focus on capital accumulation, mired in corruption as it is, has become nothing more than an elaborate ruse for the empowerment of the politically connected of ANC elites. As such, the ANC government is failing the very black majority that bled and died for freedom. This failure is resulting in yet another lost generation, except This time, the generation isn't sacrificing itself for freedom. It's a generation being sacrificed by the ANC elites on the altar of greed and self-enrichment. Chair, the DA will not stand for it. We will continue to fight corruption with the full might of the law, while ensuring our metro and provincial governments give a real hands up to our people by developing their human, cultural, and social capital. Rescuing the lost generation is our nation's greatest challenge and is the DA's biggest mission. Chair, just like the rising tide of 1976, the so-called lost generation swept away apartheid, come 2019, so too will this ANC-birthed lost generation of 21st century sweep away the ANC and all its forms of rancid corruption. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister of Arts and Culture.
Thank you, House Chair and honourable members. We've gathered here on this august House to debate a very important matter of national importance, the issue of our youth, thus the future of the country, the future of humanity. Our point of departure is informed by the following understanding that all societies, without exception, bear the imprint, the birthmarks of their own past. Colonialism and apartheid engineered a system in our country for over 342 years, and what I will call production of two nations, one which is white with the exclusive access to developed economy, education and infrastructure. The second and larger nation of South Africa is black and poor, with the worst affected women in the rural areas, the black rural population in general, and disabled. This nation lives under conditions of grossly underdeveloped economic, physical, educational, communication, and other infrastructure. This reality of two nations, born of a very long period of colonial and apartheid white minority domination, is what the ANC and its government is addressing. The intention of this policy was well articulated by that apartheid ideologue, Hendrik Verwoerd, when he said, and I quote, "Blacks should never be shown the green pastures of education. They should know that their station in life is to be the hewers of wood and drawers of water." He continued, and returning in his graves, because he says there is no place for the Bantu in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice? The impact of the belief and praxis entrenched a system of superior complex by our white compatriots, which is a byproduct of the system. Despite efforts by democratic government, this situation persists. The interrelated antagonistic contradiction forming the basis of colonialism of a special type, class, race, and patriarchal power relations, inhibit the achievement of social progress in our country. The persistence of this condition put a strain in the effort of nation building and social cohesion. Your myopic and twisted logic that seeks to suggest that a mere 20 years are long enough to remove from our national life the inheritance of the country of two nations which persisted for 342 years is flawed. To deal with this reality, we'll need an honest and sustained effort from all South Africans, especially those who benefited from apartheid like yourselves. An effort that was demonstrated by Germans in pursuit of uniting East and West Germany after the fall of Berlin Wall. As the honorable members are aware, the two post-war German states united into one country in 1990. After 45 years of division into two states with competing social systems, the German leaders and people understood that truly to become one country and one people, they have like ourselves to address the pertinent question of nation building and social cohesion. The commitment of German people treated that process of nation building and social cohesion is demonstrated, amongst other things, by the extraordinary volume of resources which the richer, developed West transferred to the poorer and relatively undeveloped East. During the first 5 years of unification after 1990, $585.8 billion of public funds were transferred from the West Germany to East Germany to contribute to Germany's project of nation building. Our own solidarity tax, which was imposed for 1 year only, attracted criticism from those in the main who benefited from apartheid. The question that we need to ask ourselves as members of this body and society at large is the DA and its surrogates, through their negativity in our efforts of nation building and social cohesion, as envisaged by the supreme law of the land, assist this agenda. In my experience and observation, South Africans, especially those who benefited from apartheid, who happen to be white in the main, unlike German people, are not prepared to go an extra mile to generate the material resources we have to invest to change the condition of black poor more rapidly than is possible if we depend solely on severely limited public funds. If we are serious about nation building and social cohesion and treat the obligations contained in our Constitution as more than words on paper, we have to think hard and make the necessary and meaningful contribution towards this national effort. We are told here about ANC creating unemployment, when you, in a very succinct way, are showing the lack of understanding of global economic situation. What has happened after the 2007 depression is what the whole world is still grappling with today. The African National Congress came to power in 1994 after the economy has been declining for more than 50 years in this country. The last thing which you from the DA benches have to recognize is the fact that you have not made any positive contribution in taking the country forward. Your narrative is negative. All the time you thrive in negativity, and you believe that you are going to attract people to listen to you on that. Faced with this difficult situation, the ANC has managed to hold the decline of the economy. It has restructured many sectors of the economy, and the achievement of the stability, laying the foundation for faster progress in the rebuilding of the economy. I don't know where you take your views from of what is happening in South Africa. We are talking about a youth, a lost generation. I think you are a lost generation. Because the youth today is a generation of heroes, is a generation of people who are active in their own right, who are carving their own niche and showing all of us their mission of their generation. They have undoubtedly explained that theirs is a generation of radical socio-economic transformation, and on that, they are on course. Madam Chair and honorable members, let's use the power we have at our disposal to make our country better for humanity, a place where future generations will not know what war is, a place where poverty will only exist as part of records that indicate humanity's passing stage. It is within our power. Let us put a shoulder on the wheel. The challenge of our time has charged us with the responsibility of transforming our society to be what is envisaged in the Constitution. This concept of lost generation must be dispelled and debunked for what it is, a myth. It is repackaged from the past, generated by colonialism and apartheid in their efforts to discredit the struggle for national liberation. Every time it raises its argument in the past, it has been defeated as a myth. This time around, it will be defeated again because the youth of today is not lost. It is a generation of heroes and heroines with a clear mission of achieving what they want to achieve. You can say whatever you want to say. The fact of the matter is that your negative narrative is not going to take us forward. You are not going to succeed. The way you are canvassing for your votes, you think that you must say negative things about South Africa and not put anything positive. You are not going to succeed. We'll be with you here now and in the future. You talk about 2019. 2019 is coming and will defeat you in 2019. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Order, Honourable Members. The Honourable Kasim.
Honourable House Chair, let me begin by thanking all of those that contributed to this debate in good faith. I think there were many good points that were raised, but I think it's sad that everyone besides the governing party realizes there's a problem and has given solutions and suggestions to the problem. And I think that's the state of politics in this country, and I think it's very, very sad. But let me start with the Honourable Mahambekhlala. I think when Matthew Sposa was speaking about the intellectual funeral of the ANC, he was speaking about the Honourable Mahambekhlala. Clearly, and I think there's one thing that needs to be cleared up very, very quickly. In the first quarter of 2016, the highest increase in unemployment came from Gauteng province with 179,000. In quarter two from Limpopo with 40,000. In fact, there was not a single quarter where the Western Cape had the highest increase in unemployment. But that's not even the tip of the iceberg. In fact, all that she brought to this debate, she mentions the NYDA, whose administration costs and staffing costs is more than 50% of the budget. And all she and others have brought to this debate is to try and debunk that there are young people in this lost generation that have no hope in this country. And I think that was true of the Honourable Makubele Mashela, who says that it is not the role of government to create jobs. She then says that it's the role of government to create an environment to create jobs. Now, it's either one or the other. And this is the same honourable member who in 2000, when she was with the ANC Youth League, said that Julius Malema is the future of the ANC. It's not surprising to see that she's been flip-flopping then, flip-flopping now, and she's flip-flopping more than a pair of Havianas. The point is, there is a lost generation. Honourable Klengwa mentioned 800,000 people who are lost every year. Only the ANC can't see it, and these people are going to vote the DA and others into government in 2019.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the debate on this subject. We now come to motions without notice. Order. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice? The ANC?
House Chair, the African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the death of the former Springbok scrum half Joost van der Westhuizen on Monday, the 6th of February, after losing his battle with motor neuron disease. To acknowledge that the 45-year-old van der Westhuizen made his debut as a rugby player in 1993 at the age of 24 and represented South Africa for 10 years, notching up to a record of 38 tries from 89 caps before retiring. Remembers that van der Westhuizen played an integral part in the team that gave South Africa one of its most iconic moments in sporting history, the 1995 Rugby World Cup. further remembers that it was at this World Cup that South Africa's first democratically elected president, Nelson Mandela, wore the Springbok jersey and lifted the trophy, a powerful moment that signified our commitment to social cohesion and nation building. Recalls that in 2012, Van Season was honored with the Steve Tshwete Lifetime Achievement Award, believes that he was one of the best sportsmen South Africa has ever produced. His passion for life will never be forgotten, and conveys its heartfelt condolences to the Van Season family, friends, and the sporting fraternity at large. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The DA.
Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the DA that this House notes that more than 100 mentally ill patients died after being sent to NGOs that were ill-equipped to care for them in Gauteng. Acknowledges that the Health Ombudsman, Professor Magalapuru Makgoba, has found that 1,900 patients were moved from the licensed live health care facility to 27 unlicensed facilities, condemns the failure to identify the problems in time and to act timelessly to prevent the tragedy from happening, urges the Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, to ensure appropriate actions are taken and that the recommendations are fully implemented as a matter of great urgency, and finally convey our heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims and to assure them that we share in their pain and their loss. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections agreed to. The EFF.
Rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House know that the continued abuse of workers, Elia Corporation manufacturing plant in Port Elizabeth, Eastern Cape. Workers are unfairly treated, their dignity is violated, their rights as human beings and workers are undermined. And as such, workers remain trapped in a slavery system of more than 108 years ago, since legal slavery was abolished. Further note that because workers are hired through labor brokers, they are hired for 9 years, yet they are still considered temporary workers. Recognize that Parliament needs to ensure that the Department of Labor accounts to the House on the matter of the poor performance of labor inspectors. Condemn the continued abuse of workers at Elia Corporation manufacturing. Call for Parliament to devise means to ensure that the phenomenon of labor brokering is finally eliminated in South Africa. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections.
Chairperson, we object. The NC objects.
There's an objection and the motion is thus not agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC moves with notice that the House welcomes the appointment of Dr. Ayanda Nzaluba as acting chairperson of SANAC by the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa on the 15th of February 2017. Acknowledges that Dr. Nzaluba has been a member of the trust for the past 2 years and is a former Director General for the Departments of Health and International Relations and Cooperation. Understand that South African National AIDS Trust is responsible for overseeing the Secretariat of SANAC, which is chaired by the Deputy President, recognizes that the appointment of Dr. Nzaluba follows the immediate resignation of Dr. Gwen Ramakgopa as a trustee of South African National AIDS Trust in order to ensure stability and continuity. Therefore, congratulates Dr. Ayanda Nzaluba on his appointment and new responsibility. So I move. Thank you.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion.
Object on that thing. Thanks.
There's an objection and the motion is thus not agreed to. The IFP.
Honourable House Chair, on behalf of IFP, I hereby move without notice that the House congratulates the South African cricket team for their victory over New Zealand in a rain-affected first day international in Hamilton on Sunday. I acknowledge that the South African captain AP de Villiers calmly guided his side to test 4-wicket victory with just one ball to spare. Notes that de Villiers scored 37 notes out and insured number 8 batsmen under the Peslukwayo Captec Kulheid as the pair put on 54 to each their 208 run view over and a 1-0 lead in a 5-match series. Encourage the team to push on forward with more determinations and confidence for remaining matches in the series, and we wish them all the best. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, it's agreed to. The NFP.
On behalf of the NFP, I move with a notice that the House knows that the SARS customs have made a major breakthrough in the fight against drugs in the country. Further notes that at the OR Tambo International Airport, cocaine to the straight value of 78 million, being the biggest single drug bust, was intercepted. Further notes that this major breakthrough will go a long way in fighting the scourge of drugs in the country. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to commend the South African Revenue Customs and call upon the SARS Customs and South African Police Service to intensify the fight against the illegal flow of drugs into the country and ensure sufficient mechanisms are put in place at all ports of the entry. I thank you. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, it's agreed to. ANC. Order, honourable members, order.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC moves without notice that this House knows with sadness the death of an award-winning gospel artist, Lundi Kyamaga, on 27 January 2017 after a short illness. Recalls that Kyamaga began his career as a backup singer for Rebecca Malope, and in 1998 he received his big break and released his first solo album. Remember that the 30-year-old artist has produced many gospel hits, most notably Mphefumulo Wam, which has won him Summer Awards, Kora Awards, and Crown Gospel Music Awards. Believes that through his music and powerful voice, he has touched many lives and healed many souls. Recognizes that he has contributed a lot in enriching our cultural heritage, and conveys heartfelt condolences to the Kyamaga family, friends, and the music industry at large. We so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. There's no objections, it's thus agreed to. The UDM. The UDM. The Freedom Front Plus. The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that our former public protector, Advocate Thuli Madonsela, has been awarded the 2017 Commonwealth Law Conference Rule of Law Award. 2, also notes that Advocate Madonsela was nominated for this prestigious award by the Law Society of South Africa. 3, further notes that the award will be presented to her by the Commonwealth Lawyers Association during the conference set to take place in Melbourne next month. 4, acknowledges the outstanding contribution Advocate Madonsela has made to the rule of law. 5, further acknowledges her excellent work in protecting our Constitution and pursuing the truth. 6, congratulates Advocate Madonsela on this remarkable achievement.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, it's agreed to. The EFF.
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House knows that today marks 100 years since the sinking of SS Mendi, a South African Navy ship carrying mostly black soldiers to the First World War to help our then colonial master the Great Britain. Further note that in January 16, 1917, the Mendy troop ship sailed from Cape Town and to a port in France carrying the lance contingent of South African Native Labour Corps, comprising in total of 805 black privates, 5 white officers, 17 non-commissioned officers, as well as 83 crew members. Acknowledges that SS Mendy was rammed by another ship, killing 607 black troops, 9 white instructors, and all 83 crewmen. Further notes that the troops who died, including the Pondoland chiefs Henry Pohleni, Dokota Richard Ndamase, Mxochwa Bongai, Mongameli, the Reverend Azekov Diod, and died en route to a fight they were never supposed to fight in the first place. Note that the South African government, at the time, the white South African government, had refused to have black troops carrying guns by law because they feared that the blacks carrying guns will be a danger to white minority. Further notes that most of the families of the black troops were never informed or even informed later on after the burials. Some were even never informed at all. Move that the House honor the descendants of our departed countrymen and soldiers, ensure that they are given the honors they deserve, and that the ultimate sacrifice of their good deeds be recognized internationally, nationally, and everywhere where they are supposed to. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, it's agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of a popular South African jazz legend, Mama Thandi Lassen, on Sunday, 15th January 2017, at the age of 86 after a battle with pancreatic cancer. Recalls that Ms. Lassen was a world-renowned jazz musician hailing from Sophia Town and was famous for her role in the internationally acclaimed musical King Kong. Remember that she received many accolades, including the Woman of Distinction Award in Canada in 1999 and the Lifetime Achievement Award received at the 12th MTN South Africa Music Awards. Recognizes that she was a role model to many young and upcoming musicians and artists, and her legacy will live on for generations to come. Further believing that her death is a huge loss to the music fraternity and our country at large, and sends our heartfelt condolences to her family, friends, and colleagues. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, the motion is agreed to. Go.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I move without notice on behalf of the Congress of the People that this House, noting that since the beginning of February to date, some 30 reported and verified from attacks and 15 murders took place, that the actual number of people in the countryside that lost their lives are more than this figure, and recognizing the critical role that agriculture plays in the as a primary industry in the production of food in this country, resolves that farmers and farm workers must be encouraged to form security networks so that they collaborate with the police to protect themselves. That in this way, we can encourage young people to get trained and enter this industry and expand domestic production of food, and therefore reduce South Africa's dependence on imported food. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion.
House Chair.
Yes.
The ANC objects. It was not circulated for that. Thank you.
Honourable members, may I draw your attention to Rule 123. that spells out the procedure for motions without notice. And these motions must be circulated and reach the Secretary to the National Assembly by 10 o'clock on the day, and it must be circulated to all political parties by 11. So if we can follow that procedure, then it will assist us. The ACP, the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the appointment of South African tourist guide Ms. Alusha Ritchie by the World Federation of Tourist Association as its new president on the 15th of February 2017. Further notes that Ritchie, a registered tour guide for the Western Cape, was appointed to head the internationally recognized body, the 17th Biennial World Federation of Tourist Guide Associations Convention, which took place in Tehran, Iran recently. Acknowledges that Ms. Ritchie has been a wine specialist for the last 6 years and owns and manages a tourism business and is served as the chairperson of the Cape Tourist Guides Association. Believes that the appointment presents another opportunity for South Africa to elevate the status of guiding professions and to acknowledge the important role that our tourist guides are playing in providing superb visitors' experiences, and congratulates Ms. Ritchie on her appointment, which presents an opportunity to promote a sector which is very, very rarely recognized as a profession. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. There's no objections and the motion is thus agreed to. The AIC.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. On behalf of AIC, I move without notice that this House be appraised of the current development in our football fraternity. To note the poor performance displayed by a well-known and celebrated football team, Orlando Pirates, is an indication that football in this country is at stake. What's more worrying is that the Premier Soccer League affiliated clubs rely heavily on foreign strikers. This has adverse effect on national squad efficiency, sustainability, and development. This is in the local football that the national squad is to be strong. Let us be one of the countries to be reckoned with when it comes to sport, which is for peace, love, and working minds. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now put motion. If there are no objections. Yes.
The ANC objects, House Chair. No, not circulated.
The motion is not agreed to. Achang.
If you object,
Honourable Minister, why are you rising?
Chairperson, I thought it was a South African team, Sundowns, that beat Pirates, not a foreign team.
Yes, that is noted. Achang.
you will be out very soon.
Achang is not here. The ANC.
If you object,
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC welcomes the opening of a boxing league by the South African National Amateur Boxing Organization on Saturday, the 18th instant at Mtanzane Indoor Center. Secondly, notes that the aim of this initiative is to produce boxers for both Commonwealth Games in 2018 and Olympics in 2020. Recalls that South Africa had no boxing representatives in the 2016 Rio Olympics. Believes that the opening of a boxing league is going a long way in reviving development and boosting of boxing as a sport in South Africa, and congratulates the South African National Amateur Boxing Organization for this wonderful undertaking. I so moved.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Chairperson, we're rejecting every opportunity of the ANC
There
to try
is
and
an objection
steal
and the motion is thus not agreed to. The APC, the PAC, the DA.
Honourable
Thanks,
Chair.
Honourable member of the DA, can I just give opportunity to the PAC? The response was a bit slow. Yes, honourable member, you may continue.
Yeah, the PAC moves without notice that the House should note the passing of Utatu Gaga in Bazea. It should be noted that Utatu Gaga is the only survivor from the 16 Pokoma tires that were hanged
by the then racist regime. He collapsed whilst he was talking in a funeral of one of those that were hanged in Bazia. He was released in January 1979, and he survived that sentence. But today he is no more. If families, their bodies, so their human remains were handed to the families for the first time after 53 years. This shows how cruel the racist regime were. May his soul rest in peace. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put a motion.
House Chairperson,
Yes.
on our list of circulated motions, it doesn't appear.
Well, that motion was also not circulated. Honourable members, you see, we have very important motions that are moved. Can you just stick to the rule and ensure that all parties receive the motion before it? I'm sure, Honourable Member, there wouldn't have been parties objecting against the motion if that procedure was followed. So the motion is unfortunately not agreed to. DA?
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, knows that on the 18th of January 2017, renowned South African-born Jamaican novelist Peter Abrams passed away. 2, recalls that Abrams was born in 1990 in Vredendorp near Johannesburg. 3, further recalls that he worked as a teacher in Cape Town and later as a journalist in Durban before leaving the country. 4, acknowledges that Abrams led the way as an impassioned critic of South Africa's racial inequity. 5, also acknowledges that his first novel, Mind Boy, focused on the country's system of racial oppression and was internationally acclaimed. 6, further acknowledges that many of his other works also received international bestseller status, including Dark Testament, Return to Gordy, and The Black Experience in the 20th Century. Conveys our sincere condolences to the family of the late Peter Abrams. I so move.
On members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. There's no objections and motion is thus agreed to. The ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that Mamelodi Sundowns have made the country proud when they won the CAF Super Cup on Saturday the 18th after defeating TP Mazembe of the DRC 1-0 in Pretoria. Understand that Saturday's Super Cup contest pitted the Champions League winners Sundowns against the Confederations Cup holders TP Mazembe. Recall that Sundowns became just the second South African team after Orlando Pirates in 1996 to win the Super Cup. Acknowledges that Sundowns' victory at Loftus Stadium on Saturday brought to an end a 1.5 year cycle, which saw the Brazilian crowned 2015-16 Premier Championships and 2016 CAF Champions League winners. Believe that Sundowns' success will serve as inspiration for other local clubs as they will strive for success in continental tournaments. And therefore, lastly, congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns on their continental victory and wishing them well all the way as they will start defending their African Champions League titles soon. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, and the motion is thus agreed to.
We object, Chair.
It's a bit late, Honourable Member. That concludes motions without notice. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC regrets the tragic loss of life which took place as a result of a gas leak in the Durban Natal base on Friday on 17 February 2017. We offer our sincere condolences to the families and friends of 3 workers killed, as well as the 3 members of the South African National Defence Force who were killed also in the accident. We commend the heroic action of those members of the South African National Defence Force who went to the aid of the distressed workers And we also pray for the speedy recovery for those who were injured in the incident. The accident occurred when the service provider, Kwayado Investment, a registered mechanical contractor with CIDB grading, contracted the Department of Public Works to carry out repairs on the naval-based septic tank, attempted to reinstall a pump which had been removed for repairs. The 6 deceased were overcome by deadly methane gas had built up in the septic tank. The Departments of Defense and the Public Works are cooperating fully with the investigation led by the Department of Labor. In the meantime, the Department of Public Works is also conducting...
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
DA.
The current spike in farm murders highlights this government's failure to tackle this problem. In February alone, 30 farms have been attacked, during which 15 people have been murdered. This weekend, the bodies of Christine and Roger Select were found bound with wire and bags pulled over their heads near their farm in Nottingham Road. We just received a report that Sue Howard passed away after she and her husband Roger were brutally tortured during an attack on their farm at Dahlstrom. She was burned, cut with knives, and a black bag pushed down her throat. Despite this, too many in the ANC still insist that there is no special targeting of farmers by criminals and refuse to properly resource police to deal with this crime. As if this is not enough, police are bad led. Here's a statement made yesterday about one of our own provinces which can be applied countrywide, and I quote, "Our policemen and women are not coping. They are not getting the leadership they require from the top management, due mainly to incessant infighting among the leaders of our law enforcement agencies," unquote. These were the words used by your own government Premier David Makura in his State of the Province address. The lives of South Africans should come before the ANC squabble over resources. We are giving our condolences to the families of all these murdered farmers.
The EFF.
The findings of the Competition Commission against banks involved in price fixing, market allocation in trading of foreign currency is a clear indication of a capitalist system underpinned by greed and corruption. The Competition Commission found that from at least 2007, the banks had a general agreement to collude on prices for bids and manipulation of prices for bids to refrain from trading and creating fictitious bids. We call on the Competition Commission to impose maximum sanctions. Such acts of collusion around South African currency are deceitful, and it is therefore necessary to banking and operating license of the banks involved to be discontinued immediately. The EFF has been at the forefront of fighting financial crimes in South Africa, and this revelation shows that such crimes must be dealt with decisively. South African government must commence processes of establishing a viable, efficient and sound state bank, which will insulate our country from corrosive thirst for maximum and immoral profits persuaded by the existing banks. The South African government and all state institutions must disassociate from the banks that are involved in the coalition. We call on the ANC government that they must take decisive actions against these banks and stop wasting our time.
The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the signing of the proposed national minimum wage. The ANC, in its 2014 manifesto, has asserted the need to investigate the modality for the introduction of a national minimum wage as one of the key mechanisms to reduce income inequality. In so doing, the African National Congress welcomes the historical signing of the national minimum wage agreement set at 20 rand per hour or 3,500 per month for those that work a 40-hour week. This was agreed to by all stakeholders except SATU on Tuesday, 7th February 2017, which is expected to take effect from May 2018. This is an indication that the ANC is serious about addressing its objective of eliminating poverty, reducing inequality, and creating jobs It also views the agreement as providing a platform to improve income levels of our people and lifting the income levels of 6.6 million workers who are currently earning below 3.5. The ANC believes that the agreement will go a long way in giving effect to the electoral mandate of its government to introduce a national minimum wage, which is an important step in creating a more equal, just and prosperous society as envisaged in the National Development Plan Vision 2013. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, at the end of last year, the Minister of Social Development promised us that everything was on track for her department to take over the grant payment system. It now appears that the Minister might have misled this House. Back in 2014, the Constitutional Court declared unlawful the current contract with CPS and Net1, the company that pays out social grants on behalf of the state. The court instructed the Minister to ensure that by April 2017, her department itself is able to pay out these grants. But the Minister ignored the Constitutional Court's instruction. As April draws near, there's still no progress, and South African 17 million grant recipients are rightly worried whether they will receive their grants or not. Despite expectations last week, Minister Dlamini has not approached the Constitutional Court for review of the matter. Treasury has warned Minister Dlamini that plan to seek an extension of an unlawful contract is simply that, unlawful. But it now seems that she will simply ignore Treasury, defy the Constitutional Court, and go ahead with signing an emergency contract with CPS and Net1. This is a clear disregard of Constitutional Court order and a deliberate and intentional violation of the Court's dignity, repute, and authority. We need answers from Minister Dlamini today, but she's again not here, and neither is her deputy. And we need to know what is her game plan to avoid a looming national grant payout crisis. And whose interest is Minister Dlamini serving? Minister Dlamini has shown a complete disregard for her office and the most vulnerable South Africans whose interests she's supposed to protect. Thank you.
The NFP.
Many of our promising young people who have dreamed of staying this year have their dreams dashed. In fact, more than 53,000 young people have had their applications for financial assistance done by NSFAS. To date, NSFAS has only approved a total of 309,788 applications for students to study in universities and TVET colleges, but has funding available to assist another 100,000 students. Whilst the National Freedom Party is encouraged by that, NSFAS appealing to prospective students who were turned down to reapply, we question the soundness of the entire application process. The new process has resulted in widespread disappointment and unnecessary hardship among our fine young minds who are eagerly awaiting an opportunity to improve their lives through higher education. We're also aware that lack of sufficient and safe student accommodation is becoming a huge problem. Many of our students come from rural areas and are in need of accommodation in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. And National Freedom Party believes that our students deserve a fair opportunity in life to make the best of opportunities which might be available to them. The current state of our higher education is likely to result in yet another academic year which will be characterized by student dissatisfaction and discontent. And South Africa cannot afford such a situation to arise again. Government has an obligation to ensure that the twin higher education needs of access to learning and suitable accommodation for our students are addressed while there's still time. Tomorrow might be too late.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The African National Congress is delighted by the outcome of the result of the recent by-election held in 4 wards were contested in 3 provinces on Wednesday, 1st February 2017. The ANC, with the continued overwhelming support of the people, retained 3 of the wards contested and won a ward from the Democratic Alliance in George, Western Cape. Further, the ANC retained the highly contested 12 Metsimaholo municipality in the Free State province, which is an indication that the people of Metsimaholo have rejected the inexperienced economic freedom fighters who had high hopes of winning the vote. The people of George also rejected the Democratic Alliance by ensuring that the ANC won Ward 11 in George. This result confirmed that the people of South Africa still have confidence in the governing party and their movement, the ANC. This is a further testament that no other political party has the proven track record, experience and vision to unite the people of South Africa and move our country forward. The ANC appreciates our people's support and thanks them for their continuing trust in ANC, as well as sincerely express its gratitude to our committed and selfless volunteers who continue to work tirelessly and ensure the victory for the ANC and the people. Thank you.
Go. The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the Competition Commission's referral of the banks, specifically ABSA, Investec, Standard Bank, and 14 others, to the Competition Tribunal for collusion in manipulating trading in the rand. If the tribunal finds the banks guilty, we believe they must be punished swiftly and severely. This comes in the wake of several other cases globally in which banks have been fined huge sums for illegal trading. Once again, banks are being accused of unethical behavior. It is the low income and pro strata in our society that suffer disproportionately from such greed and corruption. The ANC government is right to regulate the banks more stringently through the new Twin Peaks model, with a much more powerful market conduct authority. We need to observe developments in the tribunal to decide what further regulation we need to prevent the banks from manipulating the currency again. The Competition Commission's investigation also reinforced the need to reduce the monopoly of 4 banks of 90% of the market, allow new entrants, including the ANC's resolution on the Post Bank, and transform, including through denationalization, the financial sector. We also support the 14 March 2017 parliamentary public hearings on the transformation of the financial sector. Let's act decisively.
The DA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The DA believes that David Makura, the ANC Premier in Gauteng, should resign. I know that there will be some in the ANC benches who will agree. That's because they are in the Zuma faction, not the Gauteng faction. They believe he's too honest about the ANC's problems. We don't agree. We think he should resign because he's refusing to take responsibility for failures that he was involved in. In his State of the Province speech yesterday, he continued to deny he knew about the movement of mental patients into inadequate facilities. More than 100 have died, to the ANC's eternal shame. Yet, the DA in Gauteng legislature warned repeatedly over the last year that patients were in danger. Makura also yesterday washed his hands of e-tolls. In a stunning admission, he said the Gauteng e-tolls project was a mistake and said he's now given up and kicked it back to the national government. Here's what he should have done. He should have taken Sanral to court like the DA did in the Western Cape. Here, the court has stopped tolling and has ruled in favor of the motorists instead of hinder fat cats who made so much money out of the Gauteng e-tolls project. The DA shows how to govern on behalf of the people, not for the elite.
The EFF.
The economic freedom fighters is deeply disturbed, but not surprised by the corruption spearheaded by Mr. Wikile Quinty at the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. The department ought to be the vehicle for the reclamation of our stolen land, for the development of rural areas, and for providing economic opportunities for the most marginalized of our people, and has thus been reduced to a private enrichment machine for Mr. Quinty and his colleagues. Mr. Quinty helped his friend and ANC comrade, Errol Vele, present.
Honorable member, will you just take your seat, please? Are you rising, honorable member, on which point of order?
The principle is impugning the dignity of the Honorable Quinty, and therefore we suggest that the Honorable member must withdraw that or do it via a substantive motion, House Chair.
No, order, honorable members. Honorable member, when we make certain references and accuse members of this House of serious, very serious allegations, order. It must be done in the form of a substantive motion and not in a statement. So that must be submitted to the Secretary to the National Assembly as a substantive motion and not a statement.
Order, Chair.
Honourable member, take your seat. I will not recognize you. I'm addressing the member.
But I want you to recognize me.
Take your seat.
How are you going to recognize me?
Take your seat, honourable member.
Can you recognize me?
Take your seat.
Can I be recognized,
Honourable
Chair?
member, take your seat. Honourable members, so it must be submitted to the Secretary. All honourable members, order. Must be submitted to the Secretary of the National Assembly as a substantive motion so that the rules can be applied in dealing with the matter that you are raising. Thank you.
Mr. Nkwinti.
No, honourable member, you cannot read the statement or your allegations any further. You must take your seat. Just take your seat, please. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Take your seat, please. Order, honourable members.
Chair, which rules are you applying? Because this is a member statement that's
No,
reading.
honourable member.
No, which rule, Chair? I'm challenging you to tell us which rule.
Honourable members, if you read the rules, which you should do before you move these statements, you will see that the same rules of debate also apply to member statements and motions without notice. So that is the rule that is currently being applied.
Chairperson.
And that is my ruling.
Chairperson, your ruling is inconsistent. Earlier on during the debate, people were impugning on others, and there was no such rule
Honourable
being
member,
applied.
will you take your seat, please? I've
That's
made a ruling.
inconsistent.
Honourable
It's
member,
unfair.
take your seat, please.
No, that ruling is wrong.
Honourable member,
it was not applied
take
earlier
your
on.
seat. Thank you.
Do not apply.
The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the launch of the revamped Marastat Refugee Center by President Zuma on the 17th February 2017. The center has been renamed after the struggle stalwart and retired Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu and is officially known as the Desmond Tutu Refugee Reception Center. President Zuma had promised in one of the addresses to the nation that he would ensure that the refugee center would be revamped. This was after he visited the center and received complaints from foreign nationals of long queues and other difficulties such as slow information technology infrastructure, inadequate filing system, and poor management practices. President Zuma made an undertaking that the matter would be followed up by the Department of Home Affairs, and indeed the center has been upgraded. It has been refurbished with new signage, counters, lighting, and installation of the new security system and electrical fencing. Chairperson, ANC, Ikoshoma Gamanda.
The AIC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The scourge of drought that has permitted our country in 2016 has a little bit subsided. However, the sporadic heavy rains in the past weeks are beginning to threaten the lives of our people living in the informal settlements, including subsistence farmers. Whereas water is central for human life to sustain, its excessiveness may harm our people's investment in food security and impact negatively on our socio-economic outputs. Honorable Chair, the AIC calls upon the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Agriculture, Forestry, Land Reforms, and Rural Development to forecast heavy rains with a view to introduce stringent measures to manage erratic episodes of this nature. It is important to have conscious measures to cut against the bad weather that may negatively impact on us as a nation. Denial is a threat. We are living in fear. So Tio must also resign. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The African National Congress acknowledges and is pleased that yet another ruling by the Constitutional Court on the 13th of February found in favor of the Department of Transport in its long-running battle with Chasima Company. This delivered a final blow to Chasima attempt to hold on the electronic national traffic information and vehicle management system, despite the court ruling that it should be handed over to the Road Traffic Management Corporation.
In the latest ruling, the court dismissed the TASIMA agent application with cost, as it has no prospect for success. This is a vindication of the RTMC position that TASIMA has to hand over the system within 30 days and vacate the premises it currently occupies. The Road Traffic Management Corporation is ready to take over and start operating the system immediately. Thank you, Chair.
The DA.
Honourable Chair, this government is unable to stop illegal mining. There is two possible explanations for this. Either it is incompetent or it is corrupt. Despite the Gauteng High Court order, the Department of Mineral Resources and the South African Police Services are failing to stop illegal chrome mining near Burgersfort in Limpopo. Illegal mining continues in broad daylight, with the DMR continuing to neglect its role as the custodian of South Africa's mineral resources. A growing syndicate transports illegally mined chrome to Maputo, Mozambique, as well as the Durban and Richards Bay Harbour. No tax, royalties, pay-as-earn and export duties are paid, causing SARS to forfeit tax revenue on illegal revenue amounting to as much as 1 million rand per day. This illegal mining is done with the knowledge and apparent acquiescence of the SPS, the DMR, and Environmental Department. In a lame explanation to the Portfolio Committee last week, the DMR admitted a police raid had failed because the illegal mines had been tipped off. It also revealed it is not looking for leaks in its own staff, preferring to shift the blame to others. The Constitution requires the state to ensure that all mine and environmental laws are effectively enforced and that police investigations are initiated and pursued where individuals break the law. I thank you.
The ANC.
The ANC is pleased that over 3 million Ugurulan citizens are to benefit from the bus rapid transit BRT system, which is 100% owned by taxi operators from July 2017. Ugurulan is the last metro in Gauteng to have BRT system, which set to change the face of public transport and infrastructure in the region. The city launched a routes and system of phase 1 of BRT on the 7th of February 2016, which included the testing of buses and routes between Captain Park and Tembisa. The testing of BRT system with infrastructure costing 800 million would commence with 8 buses. The next phase of BRT, according to the mayor of Egurulen, Mzwandi Masina, will commence with the operation of 40 buses in the area of Tembisa and Captain Park. The new buses will connect 9 towns of Benoni, Jamestown, Springs, Captain Park, Eden Bay, Nigel, Brakpan, Boxley, and Alberton that makes up the Egurulen, and are part of the plans to overcome the problem created by the apartheid special planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses?
Chairperson, can I address you?
On what point do you want to address me, Honourable Member?
On points 92, 3A and B. And let me read it for you. The member raising the point of order must commence by quoting the exact rule or standing order, or at least the principle or subject matter upon which a point of order is based. If the member does not do so, the presiding officer may insist on him or her doing so, which you did not do because it's an ANC member. And you force our member to sit down without putting a rule that allows you to do that.
Take your seat,
Why
please.
are you allowing the ANC
Honourable
person
member.
to speak without a rule and allow...
Honourable member, take your seat.
No,
The principle was raised. Take your seat.
Speak to the rules.
Honourable
Speak to
member,
the rule. You
I'm
must
now
be fair.
going to switch off your
You
microphone
must be fair. You must
because
be fair.
I've ruled
You
on
cannot
the
do
matter. Honourable member, take your seat. Honourable members, that concludes ministerial statements. Honourable member, why? Honourable member. Yes, Honourable Member.
Chair, as the EFF, we want to point out to you that we are not neutral to share this house. Because member statement intent of the rule, you didn't even care to read us a rule which EFF didn't follow.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Member. Let me assist you then.
Yeah.
Take your seat. Honourable Member, let me refer you to Rule 85. 85 on page 69 under paragraph 2. It says, a member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House may do so only by way of a substantive motion, comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. Now, go to page 94. Are you on page 94 at the top? And 8, it says, the rules of debate applies to member statements and ministerial responses. That is my ruling. And that is where my ruling was based on. Is it a different matter that you want to raise? Because I've ruled on this matter.
It's a follow-up, Chair, on the same rulings.
Honourable Member, I'll give you the last opportunity, but the
Yes.
ruling has been made.
Yes, Chair. Rule 132, statement by members. According to us, we think that as FF, we have followed all procedures
Order,
according to
honourable
this
members.
rule. And then when the NC member stood up to say we have flouted the rule, you as the chair, you didn't even take us through. You even tell us to sit down without pointing on our member statement, where did we go wrong? That is our main problem with you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think the matter has now been sufficiently clarified, and we expect all members to observe the rule. All members observe this rule. Honourable Member, I'm not going to take another point of order.
Chair, it's
Honourable
not
Member,
a
I've not
result
even
because you
recognized
point-
you. I've not even recognized you. Take your seat, please. We now come to ministerial responses. Are there any ministers who want to make a ministerial response? The Honourable Minister of Public Works. Honourable Member, take your seat. Take your seat, please. I'm not recognizing you again on this issue. I've ruled on the matter. Please take your seat. Take your seat, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks to Honourable Mjobo for the statement. As the Department of Public Works, the whole leadership of the department, we are indeed also saddened by the loss of life in the tragic incident that took place in the Durban Naval Base. We have already visited the families of the deceased to express our condolences and share that pain with them. And indeed, the heroic actions of the soldiers who came to the rescue of the workers, although 3 of them perished in the accident, must be commended. And the Department of Public Works, we will assist and cooperate in all investigations to be conducted in this matter, including by the Department of Labour in terms of the compliance with Occupation Health and Safety Act in determining the cause of the accident which led to this tragic loss of lives. Thank you.
Are there any further ministerial responses? The Honourable Minister of Labour, followed by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu. Sihlalo wendlu kwi-statement sirezwe uMiss Lomkayengeni. Ngiyafisa ukuqinisekisa ukuthi wonke ama-constituencies aseNedlac avumelene nge-national minimum wage ka-R20. And also, ngiyafisa ukucacisa ukuthi la eMzansi Afrika sisebenza u-45-hour week, and therefore In terms of the calculation, national minimum wage, kulava sebenza 45 hours kuzoba 3,900. And secondly, implementation, yes, we agreed to May 2018, but depending on the finalization of the amendments of the Basic Conditions of Employment and the Labor Relations Act. Yafisa sengcina ukusho ukuthi ikhosathu ayisayinanga ngomhla ka7. Yacela ukunikezwa i-opportunity to go back to their CEC ukuze ba report bathole mandate to come and sign, and they have said they will be coming to sign soon. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
Thanks. House Chair, in responding to the matter raised by the Honourable Ms. Dane, ililishwa into yobana xa sijonge ukubhubha kwabantu ezifama amehlo abangamagqwemu singababona abasebenzi ababulawa ngabaqeshi babo. Ewe kuyinyani into yobana ukufa kwabantu ezifama kuyinto ebuhlungu ayifanele ijongwe ngebala. Kule veki ipheleyo kuphela sivile into yobana kukho umzingeli odubule umsebenzi wasefama emfanisa nehagu yasendle. Ngoku ngamangala into yobana umuntu obenjani longohlule ehagwini nomuntu. Ithi isidima sabantu ezifama silingane, and akekho umuntu udepartment endikuyo ocinga into yobana ubulawa kwamafama yinto eqhelekileyo. Ayihle ubulawa kwamafama nee-farm workers, ukufa kunye unkongolo uhlungu kuzo zonke iifemeli. Masitshintshe xa sijonge ezi zinto, sasusa amehlo ocalucalulo namehlo ongahoyi abantu, kuba iyawuvela imbeko ntini bongo ezifama xa umfama ethi sebasebenza ngendlela ephucukileyo khona ukuze bekho uxolo ezifama luqala ezindlini uxolo.
Honourable point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, what is the point of order, Honourable Member?
I never used race in this discussion. There are black and white people killed.
Honourable
The
Member.
Minister is misleading the House.
No, Honourable Member, that is a point for discussion and for further debate. And I also struggle to get the interpretation properly on the earpiece here. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
May I address you to Rule 85, House Chairperson?
Yes, Honourable Member.
House Chairperson, there have been several rulings in this House that one may not impart or impute that another member of this House is a racist. And I'm not sure if it was a problem with the translation, but certainly the last part of that particular excerpt indicated that what the Honourable Steyn was doing in this House was racist, and using racism in order to make this. So either there's two things that need to be done. One, I'd like you to check the Hansard with the proper translation. But secondly, if our translation services need to be upgraded, then we must do so, because we need accurate translation of what is happening in this House.
We'll do that, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister of Science and Technology, why are you rising, Honourable Minister?
I think it's important, Chairperson, that we clear up the matter of interpretation.
Order.
And
Order, Honourable Members.
the Honourable Member said all of us should not use a racial connotation when we raise
Thank you.
such matters. It did not
Thank you.
refer to an individual.
Honourable Members, I will check the answer. And if necessary, then I will come back to the House. The Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chairperson, I must indicate that the question that is related to the state of readiness to deal with any incidents of emergencies or disaster should be responded to. Currently, we are having what we call the National Disaster Management Center, which is administered by our ministry, COCTA, and it's working jointly with provincial disaster management centers. I must indicate, Chair, that we usually activate the operation of these structures when there are emergencies or disasters. And the present example of the Cyclone Dineo, it's a typical example showing the state of readiness of our country. But maybe to manage the concern of the member, around the impact of Cyclone Dineo. I must indicate, Chair, that the Dineo phenomenon has had a minimal impact to our shores, and it has left our shores. Currently, what we are doing through the structure cited, we are obviously monitoring the reported damages, but also we are monitoring the secondary effects that came as a result of this particular phenomenon. But we are also observing a new weather pattern, Chair, which is likely to affect Northwest, Eastern Cape, and Free State. There are heavy rains that are currently taking place in those three provinces. And we are urging our communities and all concerned to make sure that they adhere to all alerts as issued by our reliable weather services. And also, they must not undermine the speed of the moving water, because it has been shown that most of the incidents that have been reported is as a result of people undermining the speed of moving water. Thank you very much, and we hope our people will observe.
Thank you,
all the
Honourable
alerts.
Minister.
Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Chair. I want to welcome the response by the comments by Honourable Dlamini and Honourable Mabe. Indeed, radical socio-economic transformation will not be possible if we still have others who engage in unfair practices and lay trap others in participating in the economy. We must welcome and applaud the Competition Commission for continuing to keep a hawk's eye and throw a red card in the face of those involved in anti-competitive behavior, such as the 17 financial institutions. We also agree that those involved in such heinous act must face harsh sentences. And we are confident that the Competition Tribunal will uphold findings of the Competition Commission and impose even a more harsher sentence to them. It is important because this augurs well with the comment that the President has made that if we are not responding to this, we are not going to be able to transform our society. We are not going to even end racism in our society. We also agree, on the other hand, on the need for the diversification of the financial institution or the financial sector. Thank you, Chair.
The last ministerial response will go to the Honourable Deputy Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Chairperson. In welcoming the statement by Honourable Khatebe and Honourable Ramatlakane, in November 2016, the Concord delivered a judgment ordering TASIMA to hand over the traffic information system to RTMC within 30 days. However, TASIMA, in trying to hold on to the system, it launched an urgent application seeking direct access to the court to interpret its November 2016 judgment. Honourable members, on the 13th of this month, the Concord judgment once and for all has closed a dirty chapter of TASIMA, bullying us to serve the South African people by force. The people of South Africa's traffic information will now be in the hands of the state, to the disappointment of the Democratic Alliance that covertly supported the looting of the state by TASIMA. On bus rapid transport in Ekurhuleni, we want to ensure that our people have accessible transport, affordable transport, and of course a secure and safe transport. Siyakuba, ngiyabonga.
Honourable members, that concludes ministerial responses. The last item on order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give notice of a motion? The Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that its next sitting, the House debates development of joint campaigns of programs to mobilize and unite the broadest cross-section of South African people behind the goals of the National Democratic Revolution. I thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that its next sitting, in the light of increased irregular expenditure by the ANC government, that this House debates measures to prevent this from happening. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move that in its next sitting, that the House debates a need for a nationally coordinated and comprehensive plan to look after the vulnerable and mentally ill people, which includes health, education, and social for dignified life. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ANC.
Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next sitting, the House debate the strengthening of the working relations between the government, the private sector, and organized labor in order to create more jobs. I thank you.
The IFP. Order, honourable members.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I remember the city of this House that the House debate how it was both conscionable and possible for the Secretary to Parliament, who earns 2.8 million rands per annum, to award himself a bursary to study a master's degree, whilst at the same time turning down the study funding applications for 50 junior staffs, claiming that the legislature had no more budget for the same, and the clear message that this sends to the broad South African public that black economic empowerment is a myth, paid lip service to this by this government, when it is in fact, it should now be called the black elitist empowerment. I thank you.
The NFP.
House Chairperson, on behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at its next sitting, this House debates the challenges faced by children who are undocumented and do not have birth certificates and refuse entry into schools as a result thereof. And this undermines the basic right of every child to get education. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates collaboration of government with artists, athletics, academia, the faith-based sector, and other civil society formations involved in working with the government in strengthening the nation building and society and social cohesion initiatives. Thanks, Chair.
The UDM.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House in its next sitting debates the impact of the scourge of the armyworms on the small commercial and subsistence farmers. Le nto mhlala ngaphambili sikhumbuza iinkumbi zika-1935 ezenza indlala engummangaliso. Amafama asakhasayo akakafundiswa ngendlela yokuzikhusela kule ntsholongwane. I so move.
Freedom Fund Plus. The DA.
Meneer die voorsitter, terwyl ons vandag internasionale moedertaaldag herdenk, gee ek hiermee namens die Demokratiese Alliansie kennis dat hierdie huis tydens die volgende sitting die waarde van moedertaalonderrig in Suid-Afrika debatteer.
The EFF.
Ndiyalivhuwa mudzulatshidulo ndo ima ndo imela ḽihoro ḽa Economic Freedom Fighter ndi dzinginya uri kha dzulo ḽi tevhelaho kha eneyi nnḓu ri ambe kana ri ṱaṱisane nga nyambo uri ri vhe na khanedzano nga u sa ṱoliwa mapholisa a reserve ane a vha a khou thusa tshipholisa mara vha sa ṱoliwe vha na sevisi yo no fhira miṅwaha miraru. Ha tholiwa vhathu vho no bva nnḓa, u sa tholiwe vhathu vho no shuma tshipholisani vha sa holi. Ndi khou dzinginya.
ANC.
Thank you, Robert Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debate strengthening the call for the two-state solution for the resolution of Palestine rightful quest for self-determination. Shukran.
Cope. The ACP, the ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next city, the House debates taking decisive steps to promote greater economic inclusion and advance Black people's ownership, control, and real leadership of the economy.
The AIC, Ahang, the ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the AC that it needs next sitting the House debate, ensuring that economic strategy find an appropriate balance between meeting our developmental objective and promoting inclusive growth.
The APC, PAC, DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the proposed corporatization of the Post Bank and its implications for an inclusive yet robust South African financial services sector. So move.
The ANC.
Mo boemong jwa African National Congress ke tsitsinya gore mo kokoano kgotsa kopano e tlang ntlo e ngangisane kgotsa go ganetsana ka gagamatso le go emanana keng go tshegetsana mmogo mo go tliseng ka potlako ke monosi ya Western Sahara e tlisiwang ke lebaka la gore Morocco o setse a ikamatse le dinaga tsa Afrika go nna engwe ya dinaga. Ke a leboga.
Honourable members, that concludes notices of motion and business for the day, and the House is adjourned.